Hello, everybody, and welcome to the regular business meeting for the District of Squamish for Tuesday, April 16th. As always, we're gathered to do our work today on the traditional and unceded territory of the Squamish Nation. Please be advised this council meeting is being live streamed, recorded, and will be available to the public to view on the District of Squamish website following the meeting. If you have any concerns, please notify the corporate officer present at the meeting. Can I have someone move adoption of the agenda, please? Moved by Councillor French, second by Councillor Hamilton. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We don't have any delegations or petitions, proclamations this evening. Item 4 is consideration of unscheduled public attendance. So if anyone has a matter, okay, thank you. I'll invite you to approach the mic, and I will give you some quick instructions. So how this works is you'll have 2 minutes to address council as to why your topic is why it's important that your topic is considered heard this evening versus coming in through our normal processes for the next regular business meeting in 2 weeks. And then council will vote on whether we hear about the topic tonight, which that happens later in the meeting. I know but those are the steps. So right now, if you could start by with your full name and your neighborhood, and then we're looking to understand the urgency of the matter as to why it should be considered this evening. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon or good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is Deidre Platches, and I'm here on behalf of West Winds on 3rd Avenue regarding the traffic calming measures. And I have applied to appear in front of council, but was denied. So I feel it's urgent for me to be able to speak the next time that I'm available to be able to speak to you.
Okay. For council's context here, we did have an application to appear, and there was, with the traffic calming work that was happening, I felt the most appropriate place to hear the concerns was through that work that's underway to address concerns such as this. That was the logic at the time. But I'll turn to yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a question of clarification. Is this with respect to the proposed development of the 7 summits at the end of 3rd Avenue near West Winds, or is it
directly across from West Winds, the section from Bailey's Avenue to past West Winds and Shannon Retirement Home?
I see where you're going there, Councillor Stoner. We're in an interesting position where I'd look to staff where there was a development that has received 3rd reading, but not adoption, I think is where that hits, or has it been adopted? So make sure we stay on the right side with on the next down the road. I believe it was adopted, actually. It was a DP. Okay, so we don't have a risk there. So that was at DP. Sorry, just trying to understand that procedurally that we're okay. I think we're okay. Sorry. Thank you. I think you were trying to catch the same thing I was pondering there for a second, or similar.
No, I was just trying to understand the context of the request in terms of urgency. So if it was related to a specific development or ongoing traffic calming measures.
This has been going on since West Winds basically opened up to 2022. An article was written in the Chief regarding where we had a petition with West Winds and with Shannon Falls, where we felt that the area that we're in has no speed limits, has no school zone, where we have schools, where we have children and parents walking past West Winds and Shannon Retirement Home, walking towards Squamish Elementary and House Out Secondary. I
think we're getting a little off. I know it's a challenging process. Let's just make sure that we go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
It seems to me what's happened here is that the proponent hasn't understood the reason for the denial of the request, that this is simply something we want to hear about, but within the context of the speed limit reduction. So if folks are ready, I'd be willing to entertain a motion to hear the speaker at some future date at a meeting that is relevant to the speed limit reduction, so that we can be sure that we hear the speed limit reduction concerns at the time that we need to make those decisions.
Okay. Could you be your motion when it yeah, I understand what you're saying there. We'll need council, any other questions or comments on this? I'm giving Councillor Hamilton time to craft a motion.
All right, then I'll put a motion forward that we find the next available date for the speaker to appear in front of council with any concerns relating to traffic calming.
Are you seconding that? Okay, go ahead. Would you like to speak to it?
This seems to be a case where the proponent has tried to go through the regular path, which is submit an application, but failed to have a success in that path, and so has come through the next available opportunity, which is an unscheduled public appearance. Unscheduled public appearances are for matters that are urgent in time. I think this is an important matter, and I think we need to hear what folks' concerns are about it, but I think it's important that we hear it at the right time. So I'd like to propose that we work with the proponent, the applicant, to find the right time to have this conversation so that we can have a positive outcome.
Thank you, Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. And I agree with my colleague that this doesn't quite meet my urgency test to be heard tonight. And I also agree it is important, and it is something that I want to hear about from someone who lives in the area and sees every day what's actually happening in that section of road. And I think that this motion gives us the best possible alternative to ultimately hear what the issue is, but in a time frame that works for us.
Thank you. Councillor Pennegill.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if I can have the motion repeated.
Oh, sorry, we need your oh, here, I'll lend you a mic.
That council entertain a delegation from the speaker, which I'll name it, on the next available agenda as a delegation.
On the next available agenda related to traffic calming.
Go ahead, Councillor Pennegill.
Okay, I guess I'm struggling a little bit with the motion as proposed. I agree it is a very important topic. I've talked to other constituents in other locations, which is why I think it's important, but it's also why I think we have identified in our strategic planning that traffic calming in general is an issue in many places. And I guess it's not clear to me why to single out one particular voice. I think there are a number of voices that I want to hear from. I was sort of assuming, I don't think incorrectly, that as part of our process and part of what we've included in our budget is to do this further engagement work so we can address these issues. And I guess I would suggest that's work we're already doing. If we want to sort of mandate a public engagement on the topic, not sure I want to do that on the fly tonight, but if we were, I'm not sure I'd want it to be exclusive, because I think, you know, again, I'm having meetings with other constituents, and I'm happy to meet with the speaker as well and hear. And for now, I guess that would be my preferred approach, is to sit down and have a coffee with folks and then let the staff process unfold, which I am expecting will include, I know there's already been a survey gone out, but that there will be further engagement on the topic.
Thank you. Other comments here? When I think about the types of decisions we make in this room, and we have a community group that comes forward an issue that's important to them, traffic calming in front of the building. In this case, we've identified that as an initiative, as an important piece of work, and we've directed staff to do that, which would be the strongest action that we could take in the room. We don't direct where specific, pieces of traffic calming measures or traffic or so on happen. It's more that broader context in the community. So my challenge with the motion is that I'd like that voice to to be heard by the folks doing that work. So when we get the next update, it incorporates this. So I think this is where I would be more comfortable directing staff to doing that project to make sure this group is identified as a stakeholder in this work, and that those comments can be captured in the work. So I'm I don't think I can. The motion doesn't quite sit right with me where it is, but I think that's where the best and then some options can come forward with in the bigger context. We know this is a big piece of work. So I don't know where that leaves me on the specific motion that we have in front of us right now, but it's moved and seconded, but I don't know quite what I do with that from a voting perspective. Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I will support the motion. Appreciate you coming down this evening. And I know that this can be a cumbersome process as we're working through this, even on this side of the table. But for me, the threshold for unscheduled public attendance is really that the matter is urgent, must be heard within the next 2 weeks in terms of decision making. And or it relates to an item that is on the agenda for this evening, which the item that you're bringing forward is neither of those from my perspective. We hear about traffic calming concerns across the community on a daily basis, and I don't want to downplay the experience that you have or the potential risk that is presented. I would urge you to email our staff who maintain a list of prioritizations for areas that need to be, okay, great. And then also that when the next available discussion around traffic calming does come forward to council, then I appreciate the motion that's been put on the floor in order to bring your voice in to that particular conversation. But I think we're challenged here this evening, given the agenda that we have and the structure that we have around unscheduled public attendance.
I understand that, which is why I did, because as I said, I did apply for it. And thank you very much.
Sorry, at this point, it's just, we can't have,
Can't have
in
debate.
the procedure,
Yeah.
we can't have it back as clumsy as that is.
Yeah, and so also, as other council members have said, happy to chat with you offline as well. But I'll leave my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion that's been moved and seconded. We've got comments to that effect. I'm going to support the motion for that future date, but my expectation between here and there is that there's been some other pieces of work happening. So I'll take that leap and support the motion. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? And any opposed? Councillor Pettingill opposes. Motion carries. Thank you. Councillor Pettingill.
I'm just wondering, because we're all sitting here, if it would be possible to ask a member of staff or someone to just grab our business cards for the guests, just so our contact info is available. I would be very happy to sit down and have a coffee and yeah.
Thanks.
Yep, we'll make sure that happens. And thank you to my council colleagues for making that commitment. I share in that. I see some credit cards, some business cards coming out. So, are there anyone else for unscheduled public consideration of unscheduled public attendance? Seeing none, we have no public hearings, no timed items. We have the consent agenda. Would anyone like to pull anything from the consent agenda? Yep, Councillor Pettingill.
7A1, it's the March 26th Committee of the Whole, and 7C1, the WLNG traffic impact assessment.
Okay, would you like to move it with those, or is there anyone else that wants to pull anything from the consent agenda? No. So with those two items removed, is there a mover for the consent agenda? Moved by Councillor Anderson, second by I'm losing my and thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Sorry, I'm already rattled today for some reason. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll deal with those two items at an appropriate time. We're on to item 8.1, and we have a request from staff as to the timing of this. So, Ms. Glende, would you like to speak to where we are in this particular item?
Thank you. Through the mayor, staff would like to point out that the committee last week passed this motion, and as a result, in anticipation of this evening's spring amendment, staff have put the $230,000 item or amount that's in this motion into the amendment for council to consider at the time of the amendment. So what staff are asking is if council could delay ratifying this motion until after you have had the discussion and give us direction during the spring amendment, after which, if we delay this item, you can then revisit this motion.
Okay, so with that context, I'd move that we suspend the order of the agenda so that item 8.1 be deferred for consideration until after item 10A2. Second by Councillor French. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you for that. So next we are on to bylaws, consideration first three readings. We have District of Squamish zoning bylaw 2200, 2011 amendment bylaw for 38108 Cleveland Avenue, number 3027 2023. And I will turn it over to staff to introduce themselves and the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Herford. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Daly, planner with Community Planning. I'm here tonight to present a rezoning application at 38108 Cleveland Avenue for consideration of first three readings. This rezoning application was presented to the February 13th, 2024 Committee of the Whole meeting, where Council was supportive of the proposed massing and upper story setbacks. As such, no changes to the rezoning application have been made since the Committee of the Whole meeting. The subject property is located in downtown Squamish, at the northeast corner of Cleveland Avenue and Winnipeg Street. I'm not sure why my slide hasn't changed. Oh, thanks. The site was used as a gas station from the late 1950s to the early 1990s and has remained vacant since those buildings were removed. The site has been remediated and has obtained a certificate of compliance from the Ministry of the Environment. The application proposes to rezone the site to a comprehensive development zone, CD 112. The application proposes a 5-story mixed-use building with frontage on Cleveland Avenue, Winnipeg Street, and Loggers Lane. Employment space is provided at grade with residential and commercial parking on the 2nd story and residential rental units located on the 3rd to 5th stories. All the proposed residential units would be secured as rental, including 20 market rental units and 3 affordable rental units. The unit mix includes 7 3-bedroom units, 13 2-bedroom units, and 3 1-bedroom units. The 3 1-bedroom units will be secured as affordable rental housing. Staff support the proposed 1.86 floor area ratio, given that employment space provided exceeds the typical 25% requirement in the C4 zone, and all the residential units will be secured as rental. The massing of the proposed building is set back 6.8 meters from Cleveland Avenue on the 3rd and 4th stories. This setback increases to 12.3 meters for the 5th story. While these setbacks are less than the 14 meters recommended in the draft downtown Squamish viewscape study, staff are supportive of the proposed upper story setbacks from Cleveland Avenue as they exceed the current requirements in the C4 zone. And the residential component of the project is market and affordable rental units. Ooh.
Sorry, just 1 second. We're having a technical issue with, I believe this, was it the stream as well as the slides? The slides? Okay. So to get you enough time, how much time would you like to address that? Do you need like 2 minutes? We can sit in awkward silence for 2 minutes. I'm going to say we recess for 2 minutes and we'll reconvene just to in case it takes 5. So we're in recess. Thank you. We're having a technical issue in council chambers, but we have addressed that. So thank you to our staff for looking after that. And we will resume the presentation, maybe back one slide from where we think we left off. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Herford. Again, this is a rezoning application at 38108 Cleveland Avenue. The application proposes to rezone the site to a comprehensive development zone, CD number 112. The application proposes a 5-story mixed-use building with frontage on Cleveland Avenue, Winnipeg Street, and Loggers Lane. Employment space is provided at grade with residential and commercial parking on the 2nd story and residential rental units on the 3rd to 5th stories. All proposed residential units would be secured as rental, including 20 market rental units and 3 affordable rental units. The unit mix includes 7 3-bedroom units, 13 2-bedroom units, and 3 1-bedroom units. 3 1-bedroom units will be secured as affordable rental housing. Staff support the proposed 1.86 floor area ratio, given that the employment space provided exceeds the typical 25% requirement in the C4 zone, and all the residential units will be secured as rental. The massing of the proposed building is set back 6.8 meters from Cleveland Avenue on the 3rd and 4th stories. This setback increases to 12.3 meters for the 5th story. While these setbacks are less than the 14 meters recommended in the draft downtown Squamish viewscape study, staff are supportive of the proposed upper story setbacks from Cleveland Avenue as they exceed the current requirement in the C4 zone, and the residential component of the project is market and affordable rental units. Staff also note that the important views of Enchikai are preserved with the proposed 6.8 meter setback. The applicant has advised that a 14-meter setback from Cleveland Avenue would render this lot undevelopable. This rezoning application does not trigger the community amenity contribution policy, as all of the residential units proposed will be secured as either market or affordable rental. While CACs are not triggered for this application, the applicant is still proposing to secure 3 1-bedroom units as affordable rental housing in perpetuity. Typical frontage improvements will be provided should the application move forward to a building permit application. These would include construction of a corner plaza on the northeast corner of Cleveland Avenue and Winnipeg Street, the design of which would be secured in the land development agreement. The following items noted on the slide will be secured in a land development agreement, that the applicant will enter into a housing agreement to secure 20 units as market rental housing and 3 units as affordable rental housing in perpetuity, construction of the enhanced plaza space on the northeast corner of Winnipeg Street and Cleveland Avenue, including the proposed building setback on this corner and a statutory right-of-way for public access over this area, frontage improvements along Cleveland Avenue and Winnipeg Street in accordance with the applicable design guidelines and downtown streetscape standards, a crosswalk on Loggers Lane upgraded with hardwired rapid flashing beacon synced to the south crosswalk, that the applicant will enter into a no gas covenant for the entire building so that no natural gas will be provided or permitted to the building, and providing a statutory right-of-way over the district's existing sanitary line crossing the property, including public access over this area. To inform the community per policy, the project was posted to the district's development showcase and a development sign has been posted to the site. One comment was received that was supportive of the rental component of the project, but was not supportive of the upper story setbacks, given that this would impact the number of rental units that can be provided. So with that, staff recommend that bylaw 3027 be given first 3 readings, and that prior to adoption, the applicant enter into a land development agreement to secure the items noted on the slide that were just previously mentioned. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Council, questions? Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. This project is moving ahead without a public hearing, I'm presuming due to the new provincial regulations governing rezoning applications for housing projects. Can you just talk a little bit about that, and am I correct?
Yes, that is correct. More than 50% of the floor area is residential, so no public hearing can be held for this application.
Yep, go ahead.
And one of the land development agreement items is a crosswalk on Loggers Lane upgraded with hard-wired rapid flashing beacons and synced to the south crosswalk. Is the south crosswalk a reference to the flashing Loggers Lane crosswalk at Main Street?
Through the chair, it is the existing one right across from the Sirocco buildings there. So it's just so that both sides of the intersection have this infrastructure in place.
Okay. So I'm just curious to know, what does it mean to synchronize those lights? What does that actually look like between like interacting with each other and impacting traffic flow?
Through the chair, I'm not sure I could give you a detailed answer to that, but my understanding is if you hit the button on one of the crosswalks, it's going to light up all of them. So it's very clear that there's a pedestrian going through this intersection, and it will cause traffic to see this and slow down.
Okay, right. I'm thinking there's already 2 existing flashing crosswalks on Loggers Lane. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I had it that there's only one and it's much farther south. So this is making a lot more sense now than when I was reading it. Thanks.
Yeah, that's why we're here, is to make sense of these things. So thank you for that. Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, a few questions. You mentioned that the enhanced public plaza space, as per the staff recommendation, will be secured through the land development agreement. This was a fairly substantial component of the conversation in previous iterations of this proposal. And so I'm just wondering if we have any level of certainty as to what that enhanced public plaza space will look like, or if that's something that comes to us at adoption through the LDA.
Through the mayor, I can show a draft design. So the design has been finalized for the, my apologies. The Cleveland Winnipeg intersection design guidelines have been finalized, and these have been passed along to the proponent. These will form a schedule of the land development agreement. So when this comes forward to servicing agreement following the development permit, this will inform that future design. This is just the one section from that showing that kind of detail.
Thank you. Sorry if I missed that in the package. My second question was around the crosswalk as well, in terms of hardwired rapid flashing beacon. We recently had a tour with folks who were visually impaired, and they spoke about the importance of acoustic signaling across our crosswalks in particular. And I'm just wondering if that's something that's been considered as we start to upgrade our crosswalks, is to include acoustic signaling for those who are visually impaired.
Through the chair, I am not able to answer that question. This was kind of a general requirement noted through the engineering department through the referral process to be secured through the land development agreement. So that could be something that could be explored through the ultimate design of what is eventually installed there.
All right. And then my last question was just curious what additional viewscapes, if any, are being preserved with the 5th story being set back to 12.8 meters. It seems like the greatest impact, both positive and negative, is being achieved by like the setback of the lower stories. And so what addition is that 5th story setback providing?
Through the chair, I'll let my manager answer that question. I just have one note that in order to achieve the required outdoor amenity space, the setback is required on that 5th story so that they can provide that. But I'll pass it to Jesse.
Thank you. Through the mayor. So the viewscape study would have recommended that above the 2nd story that the full building be set back the 14 meters to preserve the entirety of the viewscapes. The viewscape study preserves not just Atwell Peak, but all of Inchikai as a horizon view. So there is a small intrusion into part of the horizon, but not at the most critical part of the view from the public spaces that the view is taken. So by further setting back those upper stories, you're preserving more of that horizon, especially given that the viewscape study doesn't contemplate a 5th story on developments on Cleveland.
Okay. Council, additional questions on this? I'll just venture one of my own, and thank you to Councillor Stoner for getting us there, the corner plaza piece. So that that entire build out is the responsibility will occur as a responsibility of this development, not that we're creating this space where like who's building it out to that standard. Is that, and what responsibility does the municipality play in that?
The municipality is responsible for providing the design. The developer will be responsible for constructing it. And then there'll be a statutory right of way for public access for any area that's located on private property. Ultimately, maintenance would be the responsibility of the district.
Okay, thank you. Council, we have a recommendation before us. We have our staff here to address any questions. Where are we? Councillor Hamilton, I see you reaching for your mic.
I will move the staff recommendation.
Are you seconding that, Councillor Stoner? Yep. Would you like to speak to it?
Thanks very much. Yeah, I think this application, it's a tight lot on in an important place, and I think that the balance that staff have found between the viewscapes speaks to the importance of this intersection from a view point of view, and the importance of making this plot developable. I think that the consideration of signalization of crosswalks is very forward thinking. So thank you for doing that forward thinking. So I'm supportive of this application.
Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. Through the mayor, I too will be supporting the recommendation on the floor and third reading of this rezoning application. As I mentioned in my previous questions, there have been multiple iterations of this project that have been before council. And I think by far this one does the best in terms of trying to achieve the multiple objectives that we have through our policies and OCP, in particular, the move towards the market rental and the donation of or inclusion of 3 affordable housing units are very welcome at this point, while still being able to maintain the enhanced plaza space, which is really critical for where this location is, and the frontage improvements. I do think that I continue to be challenged as we start to see the rollout of the draft viewscape study that we have. This is, I think, the second application that we've seen where that 14-meter setback just really makes most lots undevelopable. And so we're seeing requests for changes of that. So I am curious about how we move that work forward in a way that it will actually be functional and not just result in multiple requests for differing variances from the guidelines that are included in that draft viewscape study. But I think that this balances it well in terms of trying to preserve that key view of Enchikai from the corner plaza while also providing some really necessary housing for our community. So happy to support it.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I'll also be supporting this. This has been before us since last term, so it's gone through many iterations. A lot of work and a lot of change in response to council feedback has occurred. I want to acknowledge that. Sometimes when I hear councillors speak about that, I get worried though that there's an idea that as long as you make a lot of changes, you'll just eventually, all right, you've made a lot of changes. I think there is a threshold. It doesn't matter if you've made a lot of changes or not. You have to ultimately meet the threshold. And for me, I think this has met the threshold. I think, like I've said with other developments, I do worry that we're putting a bit too high of a requirement on parking given where we need to go. Worry that we or wonder whether or not we're matching our employment to the sorts of employment where people can afford to live, where the jobs are. So there's some balancing here. I think the viewscapes that my colleagues have commented on is an important consideration. There is a reason why people want to live in Squamish, and so those viewscapes are important. But I also keep in mind that when we are able to find a bit more height and a bit more density downtown, it keeps us all within 15 minutes of the true outdoor space where we can have full views. And that is a really important consideration, I think, for me when I'm talking about viewscapes. It's not just at this site, but in general in our access to the mountains and the forests and the water. And so I think, speaking of trade-offs, this gets us there as a whole package. And I'm glad to see this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be voting in support of the motion. As we've heard from my colleagues, lots of time and energy has definitely gone into this project on this key downtown property. And we're paving the way for more much needed housing units in our community with the approval of this project.
Thank you. Other comments? Seeing none, I'm speaking in support of the motion. I think as some of my council colleagues have said, this is a project that we've seen last term as well, or I suppose initiatives on this property. I think this is a great example of the way things can move forward. I'm really excited about the build out of the plaza space. And when I think about, we're here contemplating land use, and that was a fuel filling station, and just if we could do, I'm looking forward to the historical images of what that was and what this building is going to be, and how that piece of property can really serve, contribute positively to our community, both in by the folks that are going to live there in the rental units, and particularly in the voluntary below market units there. This is a great news. And that piece of Cleveland that piece of property is sat for a long time, not providing employment space of any sort or adding to the streetscape. So this is a big piece. I'm really happy to see this move forward. And this is more than evolved. This is to a very good, very supportable place. And also the sort of the attention paid to how folks will move through the community, namely the crosswalk and getting over to the ocean, which will have access to the bridge over to sea and sky. And just thinking about how this whole precinct people will want to move through it. I was happy to see that piece, as well as we haven't really discussed it much in this presentation today, but the right-of-way for the existing sanitary line across the rear of the property is really great to resolve those issues as the property develops. So happy to support. And with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Greenlaw opposes. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, so next up, we have District of Squamish 2024 to 2028 5-year financial plan bylaw number 3025-2023. This is the amendment bylaw for our spring update, number 3038-2024. And we'll give staff a second to get themselves situated. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Heather Boxrud, General Manager of Financial IT and Procurement Services. My pronouns are she, her, and I can be addressed accordingly. I'm joined here today by Roland Russell, Senior Financial Analyst. Staff are here to present to you the amendment for the 2024 to 2028 financial plan. A financial plan is a mechanism or tool provided in two municipalities under the community charter. The district uses the amendment tool only in extraordinary circumstances, whereby initiative is scheduled for the current year, has budget implications whereby it cannot continue with the budget amendment and or direction from council, and therefore cannot wait until the financial planning cycle, the next financial planning cycle to adjust. So the focus of the amendment today is on the current, i.e. 2024 fiscal year. I do want to bring to your attention, there are two capital projects of significant importance in the amendment that require council's discussion and direction to proceed, which are the Hunaic Park Sea Dike and the Valleycliffe Daycare. Staff are present to provide council with technical information to support the conversation tonight. As well, the QP 3-year agreement ratification occurred in January, which requires a budget amendment to the wages. A compensation review was conducted in 2023, which showed that the exempt staff wages fell well below the district's endorsed wage market comparison percentile target of P50 or the 50th percentile. Finally, there are 3 operational items that will have taxation implications and several grant adjustments to proceed within the financial plan. As well, staff have received confirmation of the CMHC Housing Accelerator Grant and have therefore made adjustments to the overall budget. With that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Russell to walk you through all the details.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, members of the public who may be joining us today. Get this stuff put in the right order and I will commence. So we have before us a council resolution, and that is that council provide 3 readings to the District of Squamish 5-year financial plan bylaw amendment number 3038 2024. We'll briefly go over some of the highlights, slightly more detail than Ms. Boxrood with respect to the budget amendment process. I think the first bullet is crucial for both council and members of the public to understand that all district spending must be included in a council authorized financial plan. And if there are changes, there can be changes to projects, and in some instances, they will result in a financial plan amendment. And we have listed a number there. So, excuse me, changes in timelines over multiple fiscals, as occurred with CMHC. Funding source changes, which we didn't really have a lot of. Scope changes, which increase total budgets, such as Juanek Park Sea Dyke, cost escalation increases over the increases to the total budget, such as Valleycliffe Childcare Center, and budget approval for grants which have been received subsequent to the previous financial plan approval. And we have a number of those which we will outline today. The other item would be emergency expenditures, and at this point, we don't have any, and may that continue. In 2024, we want to speak about 2 major capital projects. The first being the Harnack Park Sea Dyke, and we're looking at an increase of $6.3 million in costs, and this will be funded from debt, $5 million, and approximately $1.3 million from the CAC provision. So there's a slight typo there saying 6.5 in the first line. The second item is Valleycliffe Childcare Facility. And at this point, we are showing an increase of $230,000. And this funding will also be from CACs. I'm going to continue driving with respect to this presentation, and we will be having guest speakers join us to address some of the slides that they have included. So if Mr. Ralston would be kind enough to join us at this point, I'll let you explain this rather than me.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is David Ralston. I'm the Senior Manager of Infrastructure Planning, and here today to give some background on the proposed financial plan amendment for Harnack Park Sea Dyke. So quickly, some project history for this project. The district acquired the land from BC Rail Properties in 2014 with a provincial grant. And at the time of purchase, there was a reverter put on the property that limited the use of that land so that if it were sold or used for commercial purposes, the land would revert back to BC Rail. In 2017, the district completed an integrated flood hazard management plan, which included a coastal flood protection strategy. And important within that plan was a plan to build a sea dike surrounding downtown Squamish to provide coastal flood protection. And part of that was to use a sheet pile type of dike located along the foreshore on the west side of the Memo Blind Channel. In 2019, the district secured a $4 million grant for the sea dike project and received council endorsement of the design concept, which again included a sheet pile dike at the high water mark of the foreshore. In 2020, the district completed a detailed design using that design concept endorsed by council. And in 2021, permitting applications were submitted under the Canadian Navigable Waters Act, the Dike Maintenance Act, and the Fisheries Act. In 2023, the district received approvals for the Dike Maintenance Act and Canadian Navigable Waters Act, and Fisheries Act authorization is still ongoing. And we're in the First Nations consultation phase. We expect to be able to receive a DFO permit within the next few months. So we're hopeful that we're close and that we'll be ready to begin construction pending resolution of funding issues in the 2024 fish window, which opens up on August 16th of this year and extends to January 31st. So that's the window for completing in-water works. And then following construction of the project, there would be a 10-year habitat compensation monitoring period where the district would be required to demonstrate that habitat compensation that has been built is performing as intended. Next slide, please. A quick overview of the project is that it includes a 200-meter long steel sheet pile wall located at the high water mark. There's a 70-meter long accessible water access ramp and dock. There are habitat benches along the full length of the sheet pile wall, shown on the bottom right of the screen there. So there's several intertidal habitat benches, as well as a riparian planting plateau at the immediately adjacent to the sheet pile wall. And those are all retained with natural boulders and would be planted with native species. There's landscaping on the dike top, which would include a cycling path and pedestrian path, as well as lighting, planting areas, street furniture, and street trees. And there's also improvements at the Main Street road end, which includes paving, line marking, sidewalks, stairs up to the dike, as well as a ramp up to the dike. And also important to note that the existing Squamish Paddling Club storage facility and the canoe restoration shelter would both be retained through this design. So in terms of the cost escalation, the current financial plan includes a budget of $11.7 million. In March of this year, we received a Class A cost estimate of $15.4 million. And when we add in a 15% contingency, as well as an allowance for engineering, that brings the total cost that we would need to proceed with up to $18 million, which would result in a $6.3 million increase. If all goes well, that 15% contingency wouldn't be required, and perhaps tender prices may come in below. But at this point, in order to proceed with the tendering process, we would request that the budget be $18 million. And those cost increases are due to increased requirements that have been required through the Fisheries Act authorization process, as well as the Dike Maintenance Act. They primarily relate to habitat compensation, which has grown significantly through the permitting process to include the habitat benches that were shown on the last slide, as well as environmental monitoring and management measures during the construction phase. And there's also been significant construction cost inflation over the 3+ year permitting period. So that includes materials like steel and concrete, which have increased by over 30% since permitting applications were submitted in March of 2021. And then there's also inflation on other items like labor that's in the 15 to 20% range. And the cost for ground improvement, which is a Dike Maintenance Act requirement, has also increased significantly. There should be one more. Yeah. So staff have looked at various options to move ahead. The first option is to yeah, that's okay. The first option is to complete a major redesign, which would include potentially shifting the dike landward or shifting away from using a sheet pile type of dike. staff feel that the opportunity to reduce costs would be limited and it would come at significant impact. So both of those would result in a loss of usable land. So there's an opportunity cost that there would be less opportunity for municipal uses of Henaic Park if the dike were to be shifted landward. There'd also be significant public realm impacts in terms of waterfront trail, significant deviations, and a lack of consistency along the west side of the Mampcombe Blind Channel, which is proposed to be composed of sheet pile throughout private land parcels as well on either end of Henaic Park. There would also be significant project delays from a major redesign and, of course, ongoing construction cost inflation while those delays were occurring. And presumably, we would need to restart our permitting processes if there's a significant change. Can you click, please? The next option is to amend the financial plan and to remove non-essential items. So those are shown in green here. So that includes site development and landscaping. So all of the things on top of the dike, those are quite a small cost, less than $800,000 of the overall cost. So there's not a significant cost savings associated with that. The water access is estimated at about $1.6 million. But removing that would also have significant community impact because the sheet pile wall will cut off existing access to the water. Next. The third option is to defer the project, which would presumably be done with intent to try and secure additional grant funding to cover additional costs. Again, a risk of this is that there's going to be further cost escalation and there's no guarantee that future grant funding would be available. It could also potentially compromise the existing grant that we have for $4 million. And at the same time, there's ongoing flood risk, which is shown in these pictures here. This is from December 2022, when we had a coastal flood event that impacted businesses and private residents in the south portion of downtown. Last, please. And the final option is to amend the financial plan and proceed with the full project. This would entail pursuing minor design changes. We think that there are opportunities to cut costs by up to $1.5 million without having to restart permitting processes or without causing significant delays. So we would be pursuing that. This would also include those non-essential items as optional items within the tender, which would give the district discretion as to whether to proceed with those or not. And the final note on this is that if we proceed with this project, that there will be future public works efforts to maintain the park and dike. And so that would be submitted as part of the upcoming financial planning process. So option 4 is recommended because, again, the major redesign, we feel there's limited opportunity for costs reduction and there would be significant impacts. Removing non-essential items is also relatively small cost savings and would significantly improve the final product. And deferring the project is going to result in ongoing cost escalation with no certainty of securing additional funds. That's it.
Thank you. I think I'll check with staff. It feels like after we have each person speak to their topic might be the time to deal with it. Does that fit with how you saw your presentation going this evening, or yeah? Okay. So on this particular topic, do we have questions? Will we have the appropriate staff before us? Go ahead, Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, I'm pretty sure I already know the answer to this question, but it's worth asking. I assume that staff has explored all opportunities for increased funding from different levels of government.
Through the mayor, we have been engaging in discussions, and discussions are ongoing to try and secure additional grant funding and also to potentially repurpose other grant funding. So those discussions are ongoing, but there's been nothing certain or really nothing promising in that regard to date.
Thank you.
Councillor Pettingill and then Anderson.
Yeah, just building on that last question, and maybe this is just tempering my expectations, or for some reason, and this is pre-COVID, I had it in my head that although diking was a municipal responsibility, the province would typically fund communities to some degree, or the province or feds. And I had it in my head that we typically received about $4 million a year towards diking. And then that was sort of, and then I don't recall seeing that amount for the last few years. And I don't recall hearing about any escalation to that amount. So did I imagine that, or has something changed, or what should our expectation or rough expectation be going forward?
Through the chair, within the district's financial plan, we have a total annual flood protection budget of $4 million, which is assumed to include $2 million of municipal funding and an assumed $2 million in grants. I think if we look at the grants that we've received over the past 10 years, it probably has averaged out to about $2 million a year for flood protection. It comes in bursts, I suppose. Like this $4 million grant for Hunnic Park. So that's, it's sort of an assumption. We haven't completed significant flood protection work over the past several years because we have been working on this project. And so this would effectively roll up the budget that we have not been spending over the past several years and put all of those dollars into a single big project year.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so I was maybe had assumed double the provincial contribution, but be that as it may, if we assume the $2 million a year average, are we on track for that, or we're still completely blowing even that amount with the amounts we're talking here?
Through the chair, since the district completed the integrated flood hazard management plan in 2017, we've secured about $10 million in grant funding from the province. So yeah, it works out to pretty close to $2 million per year in terms of grant funding.
Okay, and then even with that and our putting aside 2 million, we're still 6 short, or 6.8 short.
I believe that's correct. We have created a unique budget for the Hunnic Parks, which doesn't necessarily add up to all of the $4 million. I think there have been revisions over that time period. So,
okay, and is there, you talked about the challenges of cutting out some of the public access pieces, but are those things that could be added in later, or if we want to do it, we really have to do it now, or there's substantial additional cost to do some of the public access pieces later?
Through the chair, there would be additional costs in terms of mobilization and demobilization and potentially with construction methodology as well to construct that water access after the dike had been built. That hasn't been quantified, but there would be additional costs. And if it was not built at the time, there would just be community impacts in terms of loss of water access in the interim until the water access is built.
Last question then, where would this put us in terms of our borrowing limit?
Through the mayor, our borrowing limit would be approximately $15 million, including the additional $5 million for Wannock Park Sea Dike.
Through the chair, in terms of the borrowing capacity over the entire 24 to 28 financial plan, it'll put us at 17%.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. With respect to the ground improvement costs as part of the projected cost increases, I'll read from the staff report. The construction methodology in order to meet provincial dike design requirements has changed from timber piles to stone columns through the DFO permitting process. Now, there's 2 agencies mentioned there. If it's DFO, or are there new recommended best practices, or is it a case of new provisions in the Dike Maintenance Act? And the reason why I'm asking is are there implications then for future west side dike construction for whoever may be undertaking it? This seems to be a significant new issue for dike construction generally. Is that correct, Mr. Rolston?
Through the chair, the Dike Maintenance Act has performance standards for ground improvement. So they're not too specific in terms of what methodology has to be used, but they do specify a performance standard. So the actual requirements of ground improvement will depend on what the ground conditions are at the site. So for instance, further north in the Mamcombe Blind Channel, previous dike construction was not required to do ground improvement, but they had better ground conditions there than what we have at Hennig Park. So it is site specific. And in terms of the methodology that's used, I think that's also specific to projects and to fisheries review.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. I have Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, I want to pick up on some of Councillor Pettingill's questions in terms of our budgeting for this over previous years. It was my understanding that we actually took the 4 million. We basically haven't been taxing for diking for the last 3, at least since back to 2022. Is that correct?
We've not had to tax from the standpoint that we've not issued debt, and we've not issued debt due to the delay in this specific project. Had this project proceeded in accordance with our original plans, we probably would have issued debt already and therefore would have taxed for it. That being said, we are making space for that within our revenue requirements, as in, if we know we're not going to go to debt, then we're not going to include the cost of debt servicing when we're coming to council with the financial plan. So I would not suggest that we have pre-taxed for this.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my head around the mechanism for which we potentially cover the cost escalation and the proposal to use community amenity contributions. And I'm just wondering if staff can speak to why they're proposing to use any community amenity contributions to cover this cost at this point, as opposed to simply taxation.
There will be 2 reasons. Community amenity contributions have been set aside for specific purposes, and the general purposes that they are used for are recreation, childcare, and then also general amenities. And we believe that water access falls into the recreation, under the recreation envelope. So we think that this is an appropriate use of community amenity grants, contributions, I should say. We received a significant community amenity contribution in 2023 of approximately $1.3 million. And so that's allowed us to stabilize the value in our community amenity contribution pool. And so we felt that with this cost escalation and the combination that a specific portion of this is directly related to water access, that would be an appropriate methodology. The other aspect being, we want to be judicious in our use of additional taxation where possible.
I appreciate that rationale. My other question is around going back to the funder and appreciate that those are ongoing conversations. I'm just wondering if you can provide some more context there. I think it was an Infrastructure Canada grant. And in relation to that, I know that we get the annual Canadian Community Building Fund, and I'm just wondering what we tend to allocate that annual grant to, and if there's the opportunity to redirect that funding.
So through the mayor. some of the initial discussions that we have had is the district was successful in receiving a grant under the Green ARDM grant. That's the Adaptation, Resilience, and Disaster Management for Squamish River Dike upgrades in North Brackendale to upgrade beyond the provincial standard. So an option would be to potentially repurpose those funds, which is $4 million. So that's a very exploratory discussion at this point. To see if that's even possible. And the district has also applied for grant funding under the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund to build interim sea diking in the downtown. We're still waiting to hear if we're successful with that. But the question is, if we are successful, whether some portion of that grant funding could be used to help subsidize this project. There's a lot of uncertainty with both of those options.
Okay, thanks for that additional context. And then my last question is just around the ongoing flood risk. And staff point to the flooding that we experienced in 2022. I'm just wondering how much, like, putting in this portion of the sea dike still leaves a significant portion of downtown at risk. And so I'm just wondering, does this actually potentially amplify that risk because you constrain the flooding to a more specific area, and or like how much risk is left over?
Through the mayor, there's approximately a 550-meter stretch from the Sirocco development to the north end of Cattermole Slough that is a low or missing portion of our sea dike right now. So the Hunnic Park would address roughly 1/3 or a little bit more than 1/3 of that distance. The remaining land is all private land, so this would address the municipally owned portion. It wouldn't increase flood risk. It would address a portion of it. Water that would overtop the other areas would continue to overtop there as it did in the December 2022 flood without making it worse. It would just be the same until some form of diking is constructed there.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. I'm trying to understand what we mean when we talk about estimates. You've referred to a Class A estimate that you're going to go out for tender on. In the conversation that's going to happen next, we're speaking about Class A estimates at the point of tender, after receiving the response. So I'm trying to understand what level of comfort we should have in this being a reasonable final number, or should we be expecting escalations after we've gone out for tender, as has been the case many times in the past?
Through the mayor, so this was a Class A cost estimate, which generally is considered to be plus or minus 15% accuracy. So that Class A cost estimate was $15.4 million, and the proposed financial plan amendment includes a 15% contingency on top of that, so that even if tender prices were on the high end of that, the proposed financial plan amendment would cover the cost of that. The district's consultant who completed the cost estimate engaged with experts in the field of marine construction. So we have a high level of confidence that it's as good of a cost estimate as we can have without actually going to tender and receiving tender prices.
And in another discussion, Class A has referred to plus or minus 5% uncertainty. And I know we're talking, 5 or 15%, doesn't matter. Well, it's $2 million in this case, roughly, right? So is a Class A estimate 5%? Is it 15%? Is it just ill-defined?
Through the mayor, I think that cost estimates vary when it comes to building construction versus civil construction. I think there are differences in that, and perhaps there are more unknowns in things like civil construction in terms of ground conditions or things of that nature. So perhaps civil projects have a higher degree of uncertainty and therefore a higher, I guess, suppose contingency associated with it. But that 15% is in accordance with engineers and geoscientists of British Columbia guidelines.
Thank you. I'm curious about the pursue minor design changes, and I just want to make sure I understand the scope of this project. What's considered there? I know we've had around this table, we've had different discussions around maintaining the little feature, the nook, and so on. Just what are we talking about there? And I'm just having a hard time with just wrap my head around the where was one of the other quote pieces there is sort of that major redesign versus minor design changes. Just what does that look like?
Through the merit, the minor design change that we're looking into is, so what's happened is through the Fisheries Act process, we've built up these large habitat benches in front of the sheep pile wall. So previously the sheep pile wall was extending a large distance above the existing grade. And now because we have something in front of the wall that's supporting that, that's providing an opportunity and essentially additional structural support that could allow for reducing the actual length of the sheet piles that extend into the earth, as well as the tie back supports that hold the sheet pile up. So it's essentially reducing steel and structure that would be associated with the wall because the habitat benches are providing some form of structural support.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that explanation. That makes good sense. And okay, I understand that category of changes, and that seems reasonable. Council, other questions on this topic? And we'll deal with the actual discussion on the vote on the financial pieces kind of all together. Seems like the appropriate way to go. Oh, yep, go ahead, Councilor Pinnigo.
So I guess I want to sort of understand what the actual question or sort of movable element of this is. So unless we just sort of throw out our flood hazard management plan, it really comes down to some of the public access pieces and hence the CAC portion. That's kind of the movable piece of this. Is that a fair assessment?
Through the mayor, those are elements that could be removed without compromising flood protection.
Yep, go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to clarify another line that's in the staff report. It says the CACs received 1.3 million in contribution in 2023, which leaves approximately 1.7 million in the CAC reserve and includes all projects that are funded in the current 5-year financial plan. Do I read that correct, that there's, after the list of things that we funded in 2024, there's still 1.7 million left in the CAC reserve?
Through the mayor, yes, you are understanding that comment correctly.
Okay. All right. And if we have no further questions on this topic, we can move on, and then we'll address the financial pieces in the main motion. Thank you. Sorry, we need your mic, Mr. Russell.
All right. We're going to continue on with our slide presentation. And the next topic of discussion will be the Valleycliffe Daycare.
Okay, we're going to start that portion of our conversation with Ms. Glenday.
Thank you very much. Through the mayor, council did receive quite a fulsome presentation last week from staff on this project. That said, Shane is here to provide more information or answer questions again, if you like. But similar to what in terms of council direction, as mentioned, the proposed spring amendment at this time has the increase at $230,000. Since committee passed that motion last week, staff did look into potential risks that would be associated with re-tendering, which is what the direction is, and waiting for council ratification. And there are 4 risks primarily that we would like council to consider, and in the memo that's attached to your report. And respectfully, with those risks in mind, that council either move forward with the project with the $410,000 increase or stop the project. But a middle ground of retendering creates risks that staff caution council about. Primarily reputational with contractors, with the grantor, so the province in this case. Another is the perception of bid shopping, and that's because we are further along in the process than like an initial tender where we're just getting quotes. We're quite a ways into the process. And then, of course, project delays and the risk that the tenders would come back more expensive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I have Councillor Greenlaw. I saw your hand. I was going to venture a question to make sure we have clarity where we're starting from here. So is staff presenting with the full amount included in the budget, or the amount that was discussed at committee? Just so we understand our starting point for our conversation today.
In the presentation today, staff have incorporated the $230,000 amount that committee directed last week. And so that is in the current amendment for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Greenlaw, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. I just wanted to seek some clarification in terms of kind of the financial risks involved. My understanding is also that if we do cancel the project, we've effectively already lost $300,000, yes? Okay, and then further to that clarification, is that cost also lost if we were to attempt to retender?
Through the chair, you're asking about the already committed costs of 300. I think it was 380,000 was in the report. Would that be lost if we go and retender? I believe so. I'm not entirely sure if it would incorporate all of it, because it would depend on some of those vendors that we could maybe maintain throughout. But we would not be. It would still, a large portion of it would be lost as well. Yes.
And then in our last conversation around this, if you could refresh my memory, I believe you quoted a per spot cost in, I think it was West Vancouver for daycare. And I was wondering if you could repeat that.
To the chair, I'm going to ask Sarah McJanet. She had those numbers from me. That's all right with you.
Thanks.
Sarah.
Hi, through the chair, Sarah McJanet, Community Planning. The childcare project example in the city of North Vancouver we were looking at, the cost per space was definitely upwards of $100,000, I believe. I would need to go back to the meeting minutes or just to review that in my notes. We were focused on the cost per space with our project increasing. So the cost is almost $90,000 a space at the $3.3 million total project cost.
Okay, thank you.
I've got Councillor Hamilton, then Stoner.
Thanks. In last week's report to council, I'm sorry I didn't ask about this last week. There's a table which had budget class summary and timeline, and it gave a cost per unit, dollars per square foot. And the $2.7 million construction cost came out with a $670 per square foot. But my understanding is this is like a 2,800 or 2,900 square foot facility, which is more like a $950 per square foot. What's the difference there? What am I misunderstanding?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you for the question. I'll start by saying I think this highlights the kind of one of the issues about comparing apples to apples with other projects and getting the correct square footage that you're comparing to. That table, I apologize for the lack of clarity there. I was making an attempt to compare to the Altus 2024 Canadian cost guide, where they only represent above ground costs when they take in their square footage account. So that number should reflect the above ground cost versus against the 2,600 square foot build that's noted on our architectural drawings.
So the total cost per square foot of this project is more like, because this, and that's even just the construction costs. So all in cost for this is about 1,200 per square foot, 11 or 1,200 per square foot?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Stoner, then Pettingill.
Thank you. Through the chair. If we were to decide not to go ahead with this project, there is a sunk cost of $380,000. Where would that get covered from? Where is that in the budget currently?
Through the mayor, I've not dug deep enough into the grant requirements to determine whether we could recoup any of those funds from the amount of money we've received from the province. Although my recollection is that there is a clause in there that effectively says we need to complete the project, or we would or could be liable to repay any amounts of the grant that we had received. That being said, you will note that there's approximately $360,000 of CAC reserves that are currently allocated toward this project. We would use those CAC reserves, and in all likelihood, if the number was something in that range of $380,000, we would complete paying for the sunk costs using CACs. And I would anticipate that not completing the project would force us to forfeit the grant.
Thank you for that clarification. My other question, Ms. McJannet, I'm just wondering if you can remind me, I know that we have an agreement with Sea to Sky Community Services to deliver on the actual childcare services, but do we have any guarantee that this would be a $10 a day childcare facility?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, Sea to Sky Community Services continues to make application for all new sites. They were recently also awarded $10 a day sites for their additional programs within the community. We're not able to, or Sea to Sky Community Services as the operator is not able to make that application until the actual facility is completed and built. Their intention is to apply, as they have with all their other programs, for $10 a day service.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. How many spots can you remind me how many spots are planned right now?
Through the chair, the childcare is proposed to provide 12 infant toddler spaces, as well as 24 3 to 5 preschool age spaces for a total of 36.
Okay, and then just for comparison, cost per child, and we've spoken about a few different metrics for that, but that's total cost as opposed to our contribution with the current proposed budget, correct?
That is correct. That's for the total cost, including the grant funded portion for the total 3.3 million.
And I apologize if this is an unfair question. I'm just sort of trying to wrap my head around the numbers now, but you know, we've had going through our rezoning process, a childcare in a residential neighborhood, Ravenswood. Do we have any sense sort of rough comparing cost to purchase that sort of home and convert it? Like, do we have a sense of you know, this really, it's not just this site or this thing, that is just the rate anywhere in Squamish, or, you know, because there has been sort of, in my mind, when I try and do rough math, it seems there's cheaper ways to accomplish it. I know there's maybe not the grant, but I'm just wondering if you can speak to that in any sense, if there's a way to help me wrap my head around the cost differences.
Through the chair, in terms of trying to compare cost to build or acquire or renovate space, there's so much variability. So that's a tricky question to answer and be able to provide kind of evidence and data around how much that would cost. Certainly there's kind of residentially based childcare, and we've seen very few kind of purpose-built residential only. It's usually renovation of an existing dwelling. And then the other opportunity is around looking for leased space and renovating existing space that's out there. And then the other option is also like trying to build new as we're doing here at this facility. So unfortunately, I don't have data around the other options to be able to provide that at this time.
Through the chair, can I just add to that?
Yeah, please.
The difficulty is also finding a space large enough to accommodate the 36 spaces that we're trying to deliver. 2,600 square foot house is not going to be able to house 36, daycare spaces as opposed to a purpose-built daycare meant for that use.
Councillor Greenland, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah. So you just mentioned the breakdown of 12 infant toddler spaces and 24, I think it was 3+. And I was just wondering if you could speak to the need of infant toddler spaces in our community and how that plays into the overall need for daycare.
Thank you for the question. The need in Squamish is urgent and deep for all childcare, but in particular by age group. Infant toddler spaces are in very high demand and were identified as a priority age group for additional supply within the community. The Child Care Action Plan also recommends for continuity of care to consider multiple age groups, so multiple classrooms with different ages. So there's a progression from infant toddler through to the preschool and then on to elementary school. So that's some of the benefit of being able to incorporate early learning spaces co-located at schools. So you have that continuity and continuum of early learning from infant toddler through the preschool age and then on into the elementary school. So the Child Care Action Plan is definitely supporting and recommending that kind of age clustering and co-location at schools. Thanks.
Any other questions on this piece? I'll just, I guess there's switch categories of questions. One category has been around the delivery of this project. I'm going to ask about the Child Care action plan and the needs in the community. Can you remind me what the aspirations of that report said as far as how many spaces should be created, annually, and if you have some sort of metrics as to where what sort of success rate we've been having in realizing those through CAC secured spaces and so the things that are in the works. I don't know if do you have that? Is that something you can speak to?
Thank you for the question. I'll do my very best. The Child Care Action Plan that was completed and endorsed by Council in 2020 highlighted a need for approximately 860 childcare spaces over the next 10 years. But however, since then, we have continued to update data around our child population and projected growth. And so we're looking at greater number of spaces, and that equals to about, I think it was like over 100 spaces per year that we're trying to increase over time over the next 10 years. There are a number of childcare projects coming online, but they are taking time to build out, and there's an urgent need now for these spaces. The additional 36 spaces at Valleycliffe will be contributing to a number of new spaces for, if it's successful and proceeds, it will contribute to almost more than a third of the required spaces during the year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Can you just remind me, if we were to proceed with the additional cost escalation, what is the timeline for construction now that we're at Class A?
Yeah, through the chair. Construction of the facility can start immediately with a completion slated for likely January of 2025.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
And then just procedurally for where we're at in the meeting, I think staff mentioned that the current financial plan in front of us has the numbers that were directed by council at last week's meeting with an additional 230,000. Would you need an additional motion to incorporate 410 at this point? Or does that come later in our discussion?
Where it comes in our discussion, I'll leave up to the mayor, but yes, we would require an additional motion.
And where I envision that coming, although it's supposed to be at council's discussion, would be we have a staff recommendation, and I think just amending the staff recommendation to reflect any changes we'd like to see in that, which this could be that. And also we had the financial portion of our previous discussion around the diking as well is in that category. So I thought we could handle it there. But I do think it's important to recognize that the staff recommendation does include an amount that we're being told is problematic they're being cautioned against from staff's perspective on this particular project. So I do think we need to deal with that as we go. So the staff recommendation as it sits it doesn't get us there in my opinion. Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
I appreciate that direction, but the staff recommendation is to give 3 readings. And so do we need to provide specific language to amend a bylaw before we give 3 readings?
Yes. Okay. And in this particular one, I think that particular language is clear, is quite clear. So it's not a huge change. I'm thinking so but we'll make sure that we get staff what they need to be able to proceed in the way that's proposed. Councillor Penningham.
Yeah, just another process reminder. Am I correct that this is one of the cases where we're working against a deadline? So, we can't ask for staff to come back with let's see the implications in the 5-year plan. We have to actually move on a decision tonight. Is that accurate?
We do have a timeline. I will go to the experts to articulate the exact timeline, but Ms. Boxer.
Yes, thank you for the question through the chair. Yeah, absolutely. We are on a timeline. This amendment, if there's any tax implications, has a knock-on effect to the tax rate workshop or bylaw, which then has to be adopted by May 7th. So we would have to if we brought it back, there would be downstream implications, and we have to have it submitted to the ministry before May 15th.
So we do not have a lot of wiggle room in the time, if any. Okay, given that we're in the staff recommendation, and when we get to that part of the discussion, that's where we'll handle this. Is there anything else you'd like to take us on this on the updates here? I know we've touched on 2 key points, but
yeah, through the chair, just one item of clarity for Councillor Hamilton's question earlier about the accuracy level for different classes. For construction, we did refer to the Royal Architects Institute of BC for those numbers. So yes, to confirm, it is different than for a civil project.
Thank you for that. So I suppose, Mr. Russell, do you have any other pieces for the update, or are we at the consideration of the staff recommendation point of the discussion?
There are additional pieces of the spring amendment which we should provide information on.
Okay, let's move on from this topic, and then we'll revisit all the things as we try to drive towards a decision here. So back over to you.
So through the mayor, we'll continue. Those are all the capital project amendments that we had proposed. And now we'll speak about special operating project amendments that we are proposing. So the first set of proposals relates to budget approval required for grant funded projects. Subsequent to approval of Financial Plan Bylaw 3025 in December, we have received 4 grants, which are listed here, and our explanations were provided within your report. And in addition to that, we have a change in timeline over multiple fiscals with respect to the Housing Accelerator Fund and some changes associated with that. We're not going into specific details with respect to the additional grants unless council wishes to, but we do have some additional information to provide with respect to CMHC, Housing Accelerator Fund grant, and I would ask that Jonas join me at this time.
Thank you, Roland. Jonas Vanishka is Senior Director of Community Development. And today I will give you a brief overview of the changes with the CMHC half grant agreement. So initially we budgeted on receiving 6 million, and that was a very conservative estimate. The district qualified for more than that, but we used a conservative estimate for the last budget cycle. When it came to revenue, it turned out that we received a bit more. So the approved grant is just over 7 million. And instead of it being distributed over a 3-year period, which is what we were planning on, it's actually distributed over a 4-year period. So year over year, we're getting a little bit less than we expected because we initially thought it was going to be a 3-year distribution. But what we ended up with is 1.75 million annually over 4 years. So the budget amendment includes adjustments. We've also done a lot more work on what we need to do under the Squamish Housing Action Plan, a lot of it which relates to the work under the grant agreement and also the provincial legislation that we require to make changes to comply with. But in 2024, the half funds are going to be used for, a lot of it is going to housing unit staff and facilities. So there are a number of staff positions that we have taken a holistic look in the organization that support development review and will be supporting the implementation of the grant commitments. We have affordable housing investments, and part of that is going to the Squamish Community Housing Society for capacity funding and pre-development funding. We have, under the half agreement, master plan updates to do to make sure that with this new expectations around density, that our master plans can support or can anticipate what needs to be done in terms of infrastructure. We are doing a flood hazard assessment for all of Garibaldi Estates as kind of the implementation piece of that neighborhood planning process. And that will essentially give us a better picture of what needs to be done neighborhood-wide for flood hazard, but it will also support the sort of implementation of the plan over the longer term. One of our half commitments is to develop pre-approved designs for accessory dwelling units, triplexes, and fourplexes. We are doing our hillside development permit area, which has been on the books for a number of years waiting for grant funding. And so we now have grant funding that we can use for this project. We're also going to use
the grant funding for OCP updates. Part of our initiatives under the Squamish Housing Action Plan include OCP updating. So we're using both the CMHC grant funding as well as the provincial grant funding for capacity support to fund that project over 2 years. And lastly, some of that funds in 2024 and beyond are used for reporting support and work on the servicing agreement with Squamish Nation. And here's the kind of high-level breakdown of estimated costs at this point. So we put them in 4 categories, essentially. We have the housing unit staff and facilities, the capacity supports, which includes some communication support for facilitation, includes the Squamish Nation servicing agreement work, as well as reporting on the grant commitments. Then we have projects, which are projects like updating master plans, and then affordable housing investments at $525,000 per year. And lastly, I just have one slide because it is like our Squamish Housing Action Plan includes actions under the CMHC commitments and the provincial requirements. And so we have this, we have money from the province at $257,000 this year to implement those changes. And so I have a breakdown of what we're using those funds for, which is the DCC bylaw update and development of the amenity cost charges bylaw, the flood hazard assessment for the Brackendale area specifically, to examine whether there are areas in our community that should be excluded of the new legislation for housing. We're also needing to do a housing needs assessment update in order to inform our OCP project. And finally, that's the initiation of the OCP project is being funded through the provincial grant. And that's it.
Thank you. You just ran through a lot of work. So thank you very much for putting that together in a concise way. Council, do we have questions on this piece? Unlike some other pieces, this is a good news story where what do we do with an extra $1 million? And we need to account for it, which our staff's here for. But yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, go ahead.
One thing I didn't mention is we only budgeted for the 3 years for CMHC grant funding because that 4th year is conditional on us meeting all of the commitments that we've made in our grant agreement. So we're not budgeting on that at this point. We will do that once we sort of get closer to that 3-year end of those 3 years, so we know where we are in terms of our commitments. So there could be another payment of $1.75 million in 2027.
Okay, thank you for that. On anything that was just discussed? Yep, go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Appreciate the additional breakdown in detail. On the line item for the affordable housing support, 525, how much flexibility is there within that budget in terms of how much goes to support the housing society versus pre-development funding? And I asked because we heard from the executive director of the Housing Society this morning or this afternoon in terms of there's still ongoing work and discussions around what their business model is going to look like, especially in these immediate startup years. And their capacity to actually take advantage of pre-development funding really depends on their internal capacity to do the work. And so I'm just curious if, as proposed in the current report in front of us, we shift all $225,000 of operating dollars from taxation to this grant, and does that leave any wiggle room for them to receive additional funding going forward?
Through the mayor, there is flexibility in our agreement with CMHC. And CMHC has been indicating all the way along that they're going to be very flexible. What our commitment to CMHC is for this funding is to deliver 85 affordable housing units to building permit issued stage. So we have to find ways to use those funds to get to that point, which is essentially two projects of a medium size for affordable housing. So yes, I think there is flexibility. We have to get to a new agreement, which hopefully will define how we are going to be supporting the society in the future. For 2024, we had made a specific commitment that we're going to spend $300,000 on pre-development funding. So that was the only kind of locked in commitment with CMHC.
Okay, and then a follow-up question in terms of if we shift the 225,000 in operating budget from where it currently sits in terms of taxation general operating, if the CMHC funding is no longer available at the end of 2026, then that would result in a tax increase at that time if there was still additional funding that would be supported. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Council, additional questions here, and we can come back to you if you have more, Councillor Stoner. I see no further questions on this piece. Maybe we'll move on, and we'll have to circle back and pull all these pieces together if there's questions when we get to the end of the presentation. So back to staff.
So the last component of the 2024 spring financial plan amendment relates to operating budget changes. So what you're seeing here is a list of some revenue changes and also some expense changes. The revenue changes were created as a result of reviews of our business license revenue and long-term trends, and also long-term trends in interest revenue. And so we've increased both of those. You'll see on the expense change lines, 2 items related to cost of staffing, which were alluded to earlier by Ms. Boxrud, QP contract settlement, and also the exempt P50 requirement. In addition to that, major projects in engineering has determined that they require additional engineering support to meet the requirements of engineering servicing agreements, and those will be funded through engineering servicing fees. We are showing a reduction in tax funding of $225,000 as we're shifting the SCHS operating agreement funding to be funded by CMHC. And lastly, there are some service level changes which have been presented by administration to balance off the total of the increased costs associated with contract changes and exempt salary requirements. So that's the last component of the 3 components of the spring budget amendment. And at this point, I will turn it back to the mayor, and we will be open for questions and discussion.
Okay, so questions, maybe, well, I'm trying to break this into pieces that make sense. Any questions on the last slide, and then we can dive into how we move forward with the overall recommendation. Is that okay, Councillor Stoner? Is that where you're starting? Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, just trying to think through the components based on our afternoon conversation with Housing Squamish. Is it possible just to move the operating amount of 225 to the CMHC funding for this year and allow the conversations to carry out and reassess that in the 2025 to 2020, where is that, 9 budget discussions? I'm just cognizant that there's ongoing discussions there. And I think if I go back to my initial motion that came back in October when we were doing the 2024 budget, The request was to offset the $300,000 ask using the CMHC Housing Accelerator funding if it came in on time, and to backstop it with the Housing Reserve Fund if we didn't have a decision of the Housing Accelerator Fund. And we didn't have a decision of the Housing Accelerator Fund, but we do now. But I think there's still ongoing discussions around what that operating budget is. And so I'm just concerned that if we shift it all to CMHC for the next 3 years, and that kind of closes the door. So is there an opportunity to do it just for 2024 and talk about 2025 onwards from the CMHC funding?
Thank you for the question through the chair. There is the opportunity to just isolate 2024. Absolutely. Staff were indicating that it could do 2 years into the CMHC because there's only 2 more years in the partnering contribution. That contribution is coming back in the future. Yeah, so that is coming back for the 2025 to 29 financial plan. So it certainly can go back in for 2025 and then be rediscussed, or it could stay out and be rediscussed and put back in.
Okay, thank you for that. And where it stands now, it's in, but conversations are underway, and there's the ability through next budget cycle and maybe spring amendment, if needed, to adjust that, and that's staff's preference at this point.
It's currently in the CMHC right now for the next 2 years. It isn't staff's preference one way or another, but there might not be a spring amendment next year, given that it's only in extraordinary situations when we are bringing a spring amendment forward.
Yep, absolutely. Understand that. Okay, so council, we've had a discussion. The decision points, besides the decision points that that jump at me, are the diking piece and the child care. And I think Councillor Pettingill.
I had a question about the childcare again. If that.
Yep, no, that's fine. Maybe we can, in an attempt to make this list shorter, I wonder about if we could just have I think formally to move this, we should do it and combined with the staff recommendation overall. But maybe just a quick note around to understand where everyone is on the diking piece, so that we can work on crafting a motion that will get us to where we need to be. Does anyone have any? I'm trying to make the list shorter, and then we'll go to the one, because I do think that childcare piece is going to be the piece that has the most discussion. We had the presentation around the diking piece. Does anyone have any objections with that, or anything that you'd like to recommend a different phasing or timing or budgetary pieces? I know it needs to be considered in the overall, but I'm just trying to, I don't see anyone's hands leaping up. We don't need to be super excited about cost escalations and so on, but go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. And it's not a question. The thing I'm reserved about here is we've got a project before us with a budget before us before the budget's been improved, and I recognize that there's differences in definitions of Class A estimates between industries, but we've got an estimate here before we've gone to tender. I don't know that we've ever seen. Has anybody ever seen a cost estimate come in range if it's before tender? I'm very concerned that there's going to be continual cost escalations on this, and so I question what the value is, what the urgency is of approving this budget right now. Can we wait until we've gone out for tender and then see the prices before we approve a budget?
Yeah, I think given the fishery window and the timing, we're really pressed on time, and the spring amendment. This is our opportunity to do that. It's now or December next year, which is when we're looking at some level of completion, if I remember the details correctly. So that's where we are. Now, there is a scenario where I think it is important to run a couple what ifs. If we go out to tender and it doesn't fit the budget, it comes back to us. And at that point, then there's another decision whether the scope gets adjusted. And that's my understanding, or some other change. I don't know what that could be, how we deal with that, I guess. Is that, I'll just go to staff to make sure that I'm I'm factually correct. That would be if that what if scenario comes, we go out to we approve this budget through this amendment, goes out to tender, it comes back where we hear from the market that it's not enough, then there's a future decision point for council at that point. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I'll stand corrected, but if we do go to tender and the costs are significantly higher, we could absolutely bring it back to council as a procedure of prudency. So unless there's something I'm missing there, yeah, thanks.
Thank you. And we have seen similar examples. I won't go into those, but that's how I arrived there. I've got Councillor Pettingill and then.
Yeah, and this is a preview, and it may actually be a little more applicable to the childcare, but I'll test out the concept here of, we've seen significant escalations. Could we presume then we've already used up our contingency? And so, I can't remember now what the number was, but let's say our contingency comfort at this point is 5%. And if we go above that, then we do have to start looking at scope, which might be pulling out the public access pieces. So we won't pull them now. We would pull back the contingency, which then, puts the public access pieces at more risk if cost escalations happen. But is that an unreasonable way to think about things?
Through the mayor, the proposal is that we would include anything that was non-essential, so not a flood protection piece, as an optional item in the tender, and then that would give the district discretion if there were any budgetary pressures to cut those non-essential items.
Yep, go ahead.
And is that true? So even if we stayed, because, and again, I've lost track of the exact number, but right now there's a contingency built in. Would what you're talking about only come into affect our ability to pull those optional items if we maxed out the contingency, or could we do that sort of much sooner if we start to see escalations?
The district would have discretion to include or not include those at any point in the contract.
Okay, and can you remind us this one, the contingency that was included in this was the project that had the diking had 15%. Is that correct? In Class A? Okay, thank you. Just wanted to be clear. Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
This has opened a can of worms. If the tenders come back and we're over $18 million, we can't go forward with the project, right? Unless we do a financial amendment again?
That's correct. We can't go over budget without a financial plan amendment.
Okay, and then what discretion does staff have to change the scope of the project with cost escalation? So my anticipation is that with $18 million, we'll get public access. If that doesn't happen, does that come back to council for a decision? Or is that within staff purview to decide what pieces we're going to take out within an $18 million envelope?
I think we would need a council direction to come back to you if that's desired.
Okay, that gave me more comfort. And then my third question process, as presented, this is in the current amendment. So this doesn't require, unless we want to change the direction, this doesn't require an amendment to the staff recommendation, correct?
That's correct. This one is in the amendment as described.
Thank you. This is exactly what we're looking for, is clarity here. So that piece of what if of tenders of bids coming in high and needing to come back to council, you said you would need that direction in this. Yep.
That's correct. Staff likely wouldn't proactively come back unless directed to.
Okay, so council, I think that how I would, I think we can address that probably in a subsequent motion once we get there, just on that particular piece, just to provide that clarity. But I'd be supportive of that. So okay, so I think we're okay with the diking piece potentially. Let's, Councillor Pettingill, do you want to start us on as we try to wade through the next topic, which would be the childcare? See if we get to resolution there.
Yeah, sort of lost my train of thought a bit, but trying to apply the same concept of is there a scenario where it would make sense to reduce the contingency with the justification that we've already used it up due to the cost escalations? And so we are sort of prepared to go ahead with a lower contingency. But yeah, if we go beyond, then it maybe is a dead stop.
Through the chair, similar to the answer to Councillor Stoner's question, the budget cannot go beyond what's in the financial plan. So it is a dead stop at that point in terms of we would have to bring it back to council.
Okay, other questions on this? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Bendigo.
So is there a reason why we wouldn't do that then? Like we would say, hey, there's been a lot of cost escalation. We've used up the contingency. Why are we adding another contingency? Like we've used it. And so we're not over the threshold yet, maybe, but we're not willing to add more contingency. Is there a reason why we wouldn't do that?
Through the chair, apologies. Can you a little more clarity? Is this?
So I think if I can try, Councillor Pettingill, I think the question is if we were to approve this with a reduced or an eliminated contingency, is that something that staff can action? We're saying that the Councillor Pettingill's premise is that the cost escalation so far has consumed the will to push further and is trying to find a way to reduce that in some way. Is that sum up where you're at? Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair, the remaining, there's still going to be risks throughout construction, so it's not advisable without somewhat of a healthy contingency. And at that 5% where we're at right now is kind of what I would say the bare minimum.
Thank you for that. Did I see other hands on this? I think you know, as I sort of reflect on this discussion we had last week and sort of where and the intent, I think the pieces we're chasing around, the 5% piece on the top for contingency, which we just discussed, and frankly the slight reduction we had in budget reflected in the motion that we landed on at the time, in the greater context of the overall project is really challenging for given that we worked really hard to reduce. So we've seen staff work really hard to reduce the scope of the project to try to offset some of the escalation, and we're chasing around small percentage of the overall. So I think what I'll do actually is I'll propose that just to get us, see if we can get there, I'd propose that I move the staff recommendation with only one change to reflect the full funding, so the 410,000 amount for the Valleycliffe daycare budget item. So staff recommendation with that one change. Is there a seconder? Are you seconding that for conversation or for discussion? Maybe we can get to. I'm open to another motion or amending this motion. I'm just trying to get us started on a path that'll lead to a decision here.
Yeah, I think I might like to hear what Councillor Stoner has to say.
Yep, that's fine.
If there are no other questions on the budget, then I think that's where we're at. Okay. So my proposal would be that the District of Squamish give 3 readings to the District of Squamish 2024-28 5-year financial plan bylaw number 3025-2023, amendment bylaw number 3038 2024 with the following amendments. Increase the CAC contribution for Valleycliffe Childcare project to $410,000 to support the total Class A project cost of $3.3 million. And that the Squamish Community Housing Society operating agreement of $225,000 be moved to CMHC funding for 2024 only. If that's seconded, I'll speak to it.
Are you seconding that motion? Yep, your motion is seconded, Councillor Greenlaw. Go ahead.
Thank you. Budget is never easy, and we usually hope that spring amendments are non-existent or perhaps less arduous than this one. So thanks to staff for all the work that's gone into getting us here on the timeline that we're looking at. Generally, with the spring amendment, I just want to recognize the importance of doing this work now in terms of making sure that we, as legally required to, are achieving the components of the negotiated CUPE agreement and bring our exempt salary staff up to P50 as per our policy. I think that's really critical work to make sure that we continue to be a place that people want to work, that we can recruit and retain staff, and appreciate the amount of effort that staff have put in to try and offset some of those costs, given where we're at in the budget cycle, to try and reduce the tax implications thereof. It's never an easy decision to try and figure out how we absorb those costs, and I think that there's some really creative solutions here. With respect to the two amendments that I'm putting forward, I realize that I think I was one of the instigators of last week's discussion that tried to cap the amount of increase that we're seeing on the Valleycliffe Childcare project. And I think one of the defining factors in this evening's conversation for me was that with $380,000 already kind of sunken costs that would go to CAC, would be covered by CACs anyways, we're basically there. So we may as well put $410,000 into seeing this project over the line. I maintain that, and this is not a reflection on staff's efforts on this project, but this is not going to be the way forward in order to deliver 100 new childcare spaces every year for the next 5 years to get us to our childcare access rate. We just, across all levels of government, do not have that level of money. And so while I feel like we're in a bit of a rock and a hard place, I feel like this is the actual financially prudent way forward, given where we're at in the sunken costs and the matching funds that we're seeing, or even more than matching funds that we're seeing from the province, while also recognizing the dire importance of childcare in our community. And this will get us a little bit further on that piece. With regards to the Squamish Community Housing Society operating agreement, I'm even reticent to put the 225 operating into the CMHC funding for this year, because I think it really begs the question of how much this council values affordable housing and trying to deliver both the agreement that we've made to CMHC in terms of getting 85 below market units built, and who's going to do that work if it's not the Housing Society. But we've heard from Sarah Ellis earlier today that in order to do that work, to actually deliver non-market housing in our community, they require more operating support, at least in the short term, and they're working really hard to create a more self-sustaining financial business plan in the next 3 years. And I think that this risks cutting them short in the next, before 2026, if that's what they need. And so I will support moving it for 2024 to give us a bit of wiggle room, but really look forward to that ongoing discussion and dialogue with staff and the Housing Society to get us to a more robust solution in the long term. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Other comments? Councillor Greenlaw?
Yeah, just to speak to the daycare piece, because I believe I was also an instigator last week. It is just such a difficult conversation to see these cost escalations. And, you know, especially just as somebody who's used to residential real estate, these numbers are quite shocking at times. And it is really difficult when you see these cost escalations continually coming. And I am concerned that we will not be able to meet the contingency of 5%, but we just need childcare so badly, and especially those infant sites. I know I've tried to find daycare in that age group before, and it's virtually impossible. So sorry about the additional work, and thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor French, then Pettingill.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm speaking in favor of the motion, and I want to share that I contemplated this Valleycliffe Daycare project quite a bit in this past week. Might have even awakened at 2:10 a.m. at one point. It's a significant move with impacts for young parents that are desperate for more childcare spaces yesterday. So spaces that are needed as soon as possible. And after contemplating all of that the last couple of days, our meetings through the course of today, I think we're headed in an appropriate direction on this, not just with the daycare, but the budget as a bigger picture. And I also think that with where we landed last week has sent a message that this council is not happy with cost escalations for capital projects. And I think we've sent a message that we'll be watching budgets very carefully as new projects are coming for approval through us.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to thank my colleague for the resolution. I really struggled with that childcare piece. And I know it may not be an apples to apples comparison, but when I look at I spoke again about a residential childcare, we gave a rezoning. And when I think about the typical costs I see in that neighborhood for a home, cost to retrofit, number of spaces, again, not apples to apples, but still we are actually in a similar order of magnitude. And that has helped me get there. Now, maybe there's completely different approaches we could be taking, but we're actually, it seems unfortunately, not completely out of the ballpark of the cost of doing this in some of the ways that even private operators are finding to tackle this. I think the use of CACs here is appropriate to bridge the gap, given our policy and the community focus on this. So yeah, the escalations are really frustrating. I think we have to have a serious conversation if we bump up against this contingency. The Housing Society, we are in a moment of real opportunity. And so I think shortchanging the Housing Society, it just is to the detriment of our whole community right now. I think we need to make that investment and seize the opportunity. So that's an easy one. I'm less concerned about the funding source. I think as in future years, we do need to think carefully and make sure the community is aware. I think the community does have an interest and obligation to fund this and to make sure it is successful. In terms of the diking piece, another one, or it's frustrating, but for me, not proceeding with our flood hazard is not an option. The more optional piece right now, I think CACs are appropriate given the community's desire for access to the water. It's not quite a motorized boat launch, but it will provide much desired access. Again, escalations are a concern, and I think we'll have a follow-up motion because, well, hopefully we just won't have to go there, but deal with that motion when we get there. I do worry, especially with the dike piece, about the impact to our borrowing and with the other priorities the community wants in terms of Brennan Park and so on, the real estate facilities master plan, where we're really dependent on borrowing. I'm getting a bit nervous. Again, flood hazard protection doesn't, to me, it's not optional, but we have some things to really put our minds to, I think. So I'm prepared to support this, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. I'm also going to speak in support of the motion. I think, like my council colleagues, the escalation in the childcare, the Valleycliffe Childcare, has been very difficult to swallow. We've seen this in other projects where there's grant funding and then a contribution, a modest contribution from the taxpayer. And so we say, yes, let's do it. The project timeline goes on and on and on, and all of a sudden escalation has caused the district's portion to escalate considerably from what was originally considered. I hope there's a better way to do it. I don't know what that is, but I hope there's a better way to figure out how to make plans and get funding that can actually pay for the things that the funding is supposed to pay for, instead of following part way down the line and then you're so far down you can't go back. So on the that's the daycare. The difficult piece on that is that it is very needed. There is no question that daycare is needed. So the other thing that's absolutely needed, I completely agree with Councillor Pettingill, is diking. I don't see how we can responsibly not dike our downtown, considering we know that the high probability of flooding. And then regarding other Squamish Community Housing Society, I do hope that we can come to a place where we have a consistent funding model that's going to work for them. I certainly hope that they can move towards a business model that is self-supporting, but I recognize that there are uncertainties for them along that way. So with that, I'll support the motion.
Thank you. I'm speaking in support of the motion, and I think when I think about the cost escalations that here on the projects, these are projects that are grant funded, and as I reflect on the complexity of any of these of either of these projects, and likely anything that these granting agencies funded, with the lag between securing funding and moving a project forward and getting to a reliable number, being what it is. And I know that staff works diligently to advance these pieces, and a lot of the delays in particularly the Honiak piece is essentially brought by regulations that are controlled by the funder. So they're driving cost escalation, and it's not reflected in the funding that we're seeing from these. So it's exceptionally challenging, and I think that particularly the diking piece, we know we have diking needs downtown. This looks after the portion that's directly in our control and leads to what can be programming of a new park in our downtown. I think that's amazing, and we should absolutely advance that work. The public access is really important, and I'll be bringing I'll have a motion following this around keeping council up to speed on if there are any changes in scope that need to be done, particularly in that project. But I'm happy with the where the potential cost savings in the minor design changes sound like they have some good potential there. Also, I do want to recognize staff's, there's a lot of, I'm going to finish on the childcare escalation, but there are a lot of pieces in this amendment about reducing the impact. So there's reductions that have been brought forward in the budget. I want to acknowledge that this isn't easy to do for the organization. We have sort of an all staff response to the pressures. So I really do appreciate that coming forward, so that the impacts of these of the increases can be mitigated to the taxpayers. So there's a lot of creativity there, and thank you for the work. I know there's some hard choices made along the way there. And then for the childcare piece, I think having this purpose-built facility is amazing, essentially with a zero land cost, although getting it actually operationalized and getting the building built there is challenging. But this is a tough piece of work. I do think that supporting that there's such a community need. I'm supportive of this direction, but again, I'm not particularly happy that the funding, that we've had the funding gap. But I know how we got here, and it's been a really sort of wild time for cost escalation, and really an unprecedented in my memory. So, but I do think that as much as these spaces are really important, and there's a massive need in our community, delivering them in this way is challenging. When I think about future projects where we'll have, you know, a funding agency and you know, being particularly aware of the risk of cost escalation, or really the risk that we're assuming by playing our role in this, is something that I'll keep my eye to. And I know we have many partners in this particular project, but it is tough to be the one with taking all the risk from a financial perspective. But that's where we are. But I'll be keeping my eye on that going forward. Before I call the question, I'll go to Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, one thing I've neglected to mention, and I talked about it a little bit last week. Turned out we were going a different direction than I thought we ended up, so I didn't push on it. But I am still concerned and appreciate that staff have worked really hard on the childcare to find cost savings. But for the amount we are investing, if we are going to go down this road, I would not like it to be a subpar, or for us to be missing like 10 spaces for the sake of $100,000. And I don't think that's what we're talking about here, but, and I don't want to complicate the motion or change it at this point, but I would appreciate if, you know, if staff see something that they actually raise that with us in terms of, you know, like $100,000, there is a significant improvement we could make. Like, we're trying to find every single cut, and that's why we made those cuts. But I just want to be conscious in the context of the commentary we've heard about trying to cut every dollar, and so be very mindful of the value we're getting, given that we are going to be investing a significant amount.
Yeah, thank you for that. And before I call the questions, the last piece is the Housing Society. I thank you, my colleague, for bringing that particular piece forward, and I look forward to those future discussions. We heard this morning about the work that they're doing, but the need for affordable housing in our community is just so great. More discussion needed to figure out how to best support them in their work and capitalize on the opportunities that are being presented at this point. But I look forward to that future discussion. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Council, I think we've earned ourselves. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a quick follow-up motion if council is willing to entertain it.
As do I. I think it's the same one. Yeah, go ahead.
That council add diking cost escalations caused by Dike Management Act and DFO approval delays / requirements to the advocacy list for minister meetings at UBCM. And I'll email that to you, Carrie.
Yeah, seconded by Councillor Greenlaw. I think we all understand the context for this one. Do you feel the need to say anything further than your motion? Nope. Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? And I have a slightly different motion, which is that staff be directed to bring any needs or an update on the Honiak Sea Dike project as bids are received so council can be involved in any scoping discussions if needed. It's rough. It's really rough. I'm open for help here, but that's what I'm trying to achieve.
May I suggest something slightly different?
Yeah, please.
That staff bring back to council any changes, any changes in scope to the Honiak Park Sea Dike within the $18 million project budget.
I'll second that. I think we know what that's about. Thank you for getting me there. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we've earned ourselves a break. So let's take we're gonna take 15 minutes actually. We're gonna come back at 9. Let's take a deep breath, everyone.
Somebody seconds that.
Welcome back. So we're back from recess, and now we're on to item, is that 9.3. So this is tax rate bylaw number 3039, 2024. And we have Mr. Roland Russell and Heather Boxford to present to us. And I can see they're trying to figure something out. So I'm just trying to stretch a little bit to give you some space, but the floor is yours when you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, members of the public who may have joined us. My name is Roland Russell, Senior Financial Analyst here with the District of Squamish, and I'm joined by Heather Boxford. Today, we're going to open a discussion with respect to Property Tax Bylaw 3039, 2024. So there is a council resolution in your package, and that is the council give 3 readings to the District of Squamish Tax Rate Bylaw, number 3039, 2024. So before we get too deep into this, I'd like to point out a slight error in presentation that is included in your package. Inadvertently, I had used an inaccurate tax ratio with respect to the business class. The amount in your package shows 2.57. The amount the correct amount is 2.50, and the 2.50 is the amount that is reflected in our existing tax bylaw and also in the presentation that you are going to see. So you're going to see the same slides in the presentation that are contained in your package. The numbers will be slightly different in the slides, and I will be sure to point out any significant differences to you. Actually, I'll point out some minor ones to you also. So let's start with start at the start. And this table shows comparison between Squamish and BC average. It shows both the tax rate, the tax ratios, the percentage of burden or percentage of the revenue distribution amongst classes, and also the percentage of assessment that based on information we received from BC Assessment. So I should point out with the slight change in ratio from what you're seeing in your package to this is 250. Residential, the ratio is always 1. You're going to see a minor change in the residential tax rate. And here it's 2.31. In your package, it's 2.29. And that's because the reduction in business is redistributed across other classes and therefore impacts single residential, and by impacting single residential flows through and impacts the other classes. So that being said, thank you very much. My apologies for that error. What I want to point out is probably the biggest change that you're seeing when you look at this chart from this year to similar chart that you would have seen last year, is that in prior years, the major industry rate for the District of Squamish was set in accordance to equal the BC average. In this this presentation and in the package that you've received, the major industry rate is set based on the, I've got to get this wording right. Yeah, it's the wording for.
Oh, the readiness strategy.
Yes, sorry. My apologies. On the readiness strategy. This is sometimes what happens when you're not directly involved in some of the policies and strategies, etc. You get your names mixed up. So I do apologize. That's the most significant change that you are seeing year to year. And I should note that it says on my slide, the other ratios have not changed from last year. So my apologies for the error that was included in your package. When we look at the tax impacts on various property types, you will see that we're looking at a change year over year, approximately 9.3% for average residential, and it's slightly lower for single residential, and slightly less than that again for average strata. The rationale for that is that part of the rationale for that is that average residential and average strata assessments have decreased year over year. Okay, we've seen a steady trend of tax assessment increases pretty much across the board. This year is the first year that, for all intent and purposes, the residential assessment increase is the same year to year. As you can see, it's a difference of $3,000 on $1 million plus for the average assessment. Lastly, we're looking at average business, and the assessment there is also flat, but the rates have gone up in a similar fashion, somewhere around that 8 to 10% range. And on this chart, you see light industry, and the rationale to include that was simply to point out that there was a very significant jump in the amount of light industry assessment, and therefore the average light industry assessment. This chart outlines tax assessment and compares tax assessment, tax rates, and also the revenue that's generated by class. So as you can see, the vast majority of the revenue is generated from the residential class, and a significant portion also coming from business and other, with smaller amounts being applied to utilities and light industry. You will note on this slide that there is no line for major industry. And the reason that there's no line for major industry is that in the 2024 assessment, the only assessed items under the major industry class are our port facilities. And our port facilities have capped rates, and so they have a regulated rate that we must use, cannot exceed. So that's been shown there at 27 for port land, 27.5, and 22.5 for improvements. So in the future, if we were to have major industrial assessment, then there would be a line on this chart also for major industrial tax revenue. You will see an updated chart of the municipal tax rates, and it is these rates, as opposed to the rates that you see in your tax rate bylaw, that we would ask you to approve, please, because these reflect the appropriate ratios that are currently in place. So again, as we said, there's a very minor difference. And before I jump to questions and discussions, I'm going to go back to this slide and just point out one thing. The adjustment of the ratio for business to 2.5 from 2.57 did increase the base rate for single residential homes, and what we, or sorry, I should say all residential. And what I wanted to point out is, I'm sorry, I'm moving my mouse around pointing at the screen, which of course you can't see. In your package, the increase in average residential year over year is $214. We've recalculated these numbers, and there's, due to the slight increase in the residential tax rate, it is now $217. So we're happy to have caught that error and pleased that we were able to correct it. It does not have a significant impact on our residential customers, but nonetheless would also have a positive impact on our business customers by reducing the tax that they would otherwise pay. And with that, I'm going to jump to the last slide and turn this back to you, Mayor Herford, for questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Council, questions? Councilor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. As you know, I've taken a deep dive into understanding tax rates and how we set them. And a piece that I'm still uncertain about is our policy about keeping the rate ratios fixed from year to year. Can you tell me where that policy comes from? Like what's constraining us there?
I'm going to split hairs for a moment, if you don't mind. This is an informal policy, and it so it's not a formal written policy. I believe that is within the desire of the finance department to take that on and address bringing to council a formal tax policy in the near future. One and two, and the other item would be that historically we've tried to maintain the ratios at specific levels. We're trying to maintain the gaps between those ratios, because by keeping those values steady over time, the incidence of taxation, so the revenue distribution then fluctuates based more on the overall revenue requirement of the district and changes in assessment. So I think philosophically, the district is operating from a premise that if we think that we're getting roughly the correct amounts from the various groups, then by maintaining those ratios, we would then consistently generate those same types of ranges of response, of revenue distribution. And we wouldn't, it would be both the revenue adjustments and the assessment changes that are directly influencing who pays how much, as opposed to specific council directives. And so I think that probably forms the basis of the rationale behind why we have designed our rates in that way.
Ms. Boxer, on this point?
Thank you, through the chair. I'll take it out of the splitting hairs a little bit and go back into the informal versus formal policy. So there's an absence of a tax policy. It is something that's on the finance department's radar. However, it hasn't risen to the top in terms of priority in securing resources to do that. In terms of informal policy, it's what historically, the approach that the district has taken historically. Many communities use the same approach. So to change that would be a bit of an upheaval in, excuse me, in work. And I would suggest that we bring that back to the strategic planning to look at what allocations of resources we would utilize to change any approach, but certainly open to it.
So respectfully, I'll question that many municipalities use it. From looking at the Schedule 707 from the BCSS, BC, I can find the webpage, but it's where they report all of the municipal tax rates across all the municipalities. A quick skim through that shows that many municipalities do not keep the same rate ratio from year to year. We seem to be an outlier in that. The other piece that I'm unsure about how our policy came to be the way it is that our policy appears to be different from the GFO ABC recommended guidelines on setting tax rates. In my deep dive, I went and reproduced the GFO ABC tax rate predictions and the DOS and our mechanism for doing it. And what I find is that the GFO ABC mechanism, the way they do it, allows us to keep tax burdens more consistent from year to year. The problem, the challenge, the weakness in our mechanism is non-market change ends up shifting the burden unrealistically between our sectors and doesn't account for that non-market change in a way that consistently acts and applies the same tax rate increase to our existing residents and businesses and taxpayers. The work required to shift the way we produce these numbers, it's not clear to me that that's a large amount of work. I did that work this weekend. Can you speak to whether it would be possible to bring back a tax rate bylaw that sets the mill rates consistent with the GFO ABC guidelines?
Through the chair, I have not seen the model in any real detail, and I appreciate that you've done the deep dive, and I'm sure it's a great deep dive. What I can't commit at this point in time is being able to achieve the tax rate bylaw deadline with the resources that we currently have. So I would suggest that we bring it back to the strategic planning, the work planning, and have that additional deep dive with staff occur for the next year.
Ms. Glende, yep.
Thank you, through the mayor. Appreciate the suggestion and the looking at improving or changing our current model. There are several models that GFOA BC endorses, which is important to note. At this late stage, given our legislative deadline and our challenge with resources in the finance department, I would respectfully ask that council do not direct any changes this year if we're going to meet that deadline. And keep staff sane, frankly. Our preference is that a tax policy is written, and then that way it's not based on historical choices of council, but rather there's an actual policy, and that's what Ms. Buxfruit is referring to in terms of refer that tax policy to the strategic plan update in early 2025 for something that could be considered against other priorities. Thank you.
Where And currently, so this item was this piece of work I heard earlier in the conversation was something that staff has been aware of. Just where is this always in budget discussions we talk like above the line, below the line sometimes, like where does it sit in your current prioritization as far as you're prioritizing your work at this point in time?
Through the chair, if you recall at the strategic planning that due to resources, it has not been put on the priority list. Currently, the priority has been the long-term plan and the financial plan as it stands with our current resources.
Okay, thank you. Other questions on this? I'm giving Councillor, I know we're likely to hear some more from Councillor Hamilton. Let's let you mull that over. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
This is a question through the chair to my fellow councillor, if that's okay. Given the fact that I can't wrap my head around what it is that you're trying to propose, but how substantial of a change does that result in terms of the tax burden distribution?
So it depends on how you want to look at that. One of the ways we can look at that is through the tax burden borne by each sector. In 2023, the residential tax burden was 63%. Using the District of Squamish mechanism, the burden for the residential in 2024 has moved to 60.2%. Using the GFO ABC mechanism, the tax burden remains at 62.8%. So this GFO ABC mechanism is deliberately designed to maintain tax burdens unless there is non-market change. Because there hasn't been a significant non-market change in our residential sector. There has been a change, but not a 3% change. The way we do it is shifting the burden between our sectors in response to non-market change in other sectors.
Is there a follow-up question for that piece?
No.
Yeah.
But appreciate some of the additional context. But yeah, not at this point. Thanks.
I do think that as we grow and evolve as a community, that we understand the impacts of that, and this feels like it could be that, but without the formal process to really assess how that's. I'm having a hard time as well. I think. We do set as this group, we do have the ability to set the tax rates and move the burden as we see appropriate. We have a recommendation before us. How we get to our the end result, I think is I think in future it's worth considering, and particularly through a period of sustained growth, making sure that that's accounted for in as many aspects of it as we can. It seems appropriate, but at this late stage of this particular process, I'm not quite sure where to go with that to capture that, to mitigate that impact this time around. I'm just been buying you time, Councillor Hamilton, if you've got more on this.
I hesitate whether to bring this up, but I know that it may feel like it's last minute here, but I emailed our finance staff on April 5th asking these very clarifying questions. I recognize our staff capacity is limited, but when we have major questions about important issues, I'm struggling to understand how we get to a point where we're giving a staff recommendation
I'll go to
that can't
Ms.
be changed.
Ms. Glende to speak to that.
Thank you through the mayor. If council would like to speak to me about an issue with staff, I would ask that you pass a motion to go in camera. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll try to keep, if we can stay to this decision, or choose to go in camera to address a staff concern. Those are two paths we have at this point. So I would look to council to see where we wanted to go. My preference is that we try to move through this the discussion on the particulars with the information that we do have here tonight, and then we can address if appropriate, we can address other matters to the information we wish we had at this point. Just a way to parse this out. I know that so council, if we could move on to other questions around this, or we have a recommendation. I don't know if we're there yet. Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. A question on another matter within the staff report. Appreciate the detail on the readiness strategy and increasing the major industry rate as per direction. I'm just curious if staff can speak to what level of certainty we have that wood fiber LNG will eventually be reclassified to class 4, and when we think that might happen based on works that are ongoing on the site.
Thank you for the question through the chair. We have a great deal of certainty that it will be classified as class 4 major industry. The question still remains on when, and that's really about the speed at which they do the construction. And so BC Assessments is watching that, and they have been in continuous contact with staff on the project progress.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks, through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'm very saddened that this will be one of the last times we are presented to by you, Mr. Russell, I think. No? I think you're going on to Funner Pastures?
Yeah, that is correct. So this is, it is what it is, but I guess this may be the last time that you see me presenting before you.
Well, that saddens me. Well, thank you very much for all your hard work. And I'll try to make this worth your while. It's not that exciting, but I was drawn to the table that's comparing some of the revenue sources of Squamish versus BC, and I just kind of wondered if you could provide some clarity for me. First of all, for people who are tuning in, I was wondering what comprises kind of the sales of services? What would that comprise?
Through the chair, sales and service primarily would be, and please bear with me because I'm not looking at the bylaw right in front of me right now. I'm going to say sales and services primarily utility revenues, I believe.
And then I was just looking at, I mean, the numbers get skewed because we've got so many transfers from other governments, which is pretty exciting. But so if you the by removing that 30%, we still have about 2/3 of what the BC average is. And I was wondering if you can make any comments about that as a revenue source.
I do apologize. I think I was shuffling papers a little bit and missed a portion of your question.
Clarify which table you're looking at so we can all orient
I'm
ourselves?
looking at Schedule B, Statement of Objectives and Policies. The district's objectives and policies relating to funding sources are as follows. And I was just curious about some of the discrepancies because I like to think about other revenue sources for the municipality that's not just based on taxation. So I'm kind of throwing you curveballs, I guess.
Oh, so this is the That table's part of the previous budget discussion, but it was the same staff member. So if you're happy to speak to it, it's not pertinent to this decision, but let's grow our understanding while we're graced with the expertise that we have in the room for the last time.
All right. Thank you very much, Mayor, members of council. There's a couple of things that I would point out that heavily influence both our numbers and the BC averages. Okay. And probably the two biggest things, where you're going to see really significant differences are, as it suggests here, sales and service and developer contributions. Developer contributions, I should mention that this revenue sources that we're looking at here, that's overall revenue sources for the total financial plan, including capital. Okay. So developer contributions are basically DCC revenue to fund capital projects. So if we don't have a lot of capital projects that are DCC sponsored in any given year, our ratio goes a bit like this. It goes up and down year to year. So that's one. And we have, I think, for an organization our size, I think we have a reasonable amount of sales and service, which is good. There are some other municipalities and organizations within British Columbia that have municipal business enterprises. So they're running companies and businesses, that do similar type works that we might do. So for example, they may be operating an electric utility in addition to a water or a wastewater utility. And so their sales service would be significantly larger as a result of that. I think that those are probably two of the major items. And the last one being our capital plan currently, in this year specifically, and I think also probably in next year, is has a great deal of grant support. And so that grant support would be reflected in transfers from other levels of government. So a bit of, might be on a slightly different bylaw, but a bit of clarity, which I think will be helpful.
Yes, yep, that's what I wanted to know. I was pretty impressed by how many transfers we have from other governments versus the BC average. So that's nice to see that carrying forward. Thanks.
Thank you for indulging us there. Council, back to the tax rate discussion. Any further questions on where we are? And we have a and we do have a recommendation as well. If someone's comfortable, if the group's comfortable with that. Councillor Stoner.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Pettingill. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, appreciate staff's work in getting this to us in time for our legislative deadline. Setting tax rates is always an interesting process, and appreciate my council colleagues' questions and challenging of the norm. I think I hear staff loud and clear that there's a process component that we need to take away and figure out how we address that in a more fulsome way. So I'm open to that discussion, not having had time to do a deeper dive on what is being proposed and the impact that would have on what we're considering here today based on the legislative timeline. I'm not willing to support something more than sending that to strategic planning and getting some more fulsome policy work done on it. But I think for where we're at, this does establish tax ratios as we have done in previous years, which may not be the perfect way to do it, but I think does provide some level of consistency. and what the pros and cons are to that, I'm open to a future discussion. But I think generally we knew that as we set this budget, there was going to be tax increases. And I think that this is a fair distribution of that tax burden across our classes, and appreciate the comparisons that are provided to BC averages that I think really puts us right in the middle of where we hope to be. With respect to increasing the major industry tax rate, I think it's important for our community to note within this report our ongoing efforts to try and sit at the table with Woodfibre LNG to come to a 10-year tax agreement or a negotiated settlement there, and that has not occurred to date. And so this is kind of the opportunity that we have to ensure that that project, when it does get reclassified to major industry, is paying its fair share of our tax burden. And so this is the option that we have, is to increase that tax rate where that project will eventually sit. And I think that that is a fair approach here going forward. And finally, I do want to thank Mr. Russell for all of his work in sitting in that chair and for sitting through on his last meeting till 9:30 at night. Sorry to do that to you. But undoubtedly, the budget process has changed immensely since you've been sitting in the role that you've been sitting in. I don't think we would be there without you. And so just a huge thanks for your work over the years. And I hope you've left a lot of templates for whoever comes in to try and fill your shoes. You have made budget process, although it is still challenging, way more approachable than it ever was before. So thank you for your work, and we wish you all the best in your retirement.
Thank you. I'll go to the seconder, and then Councillor Hamilton following.
Yeah, thanks. And I'll start by, I didn't realize, Mr. Russell, this was going to be your last presentation in front of us, and sort of sad for that to be happening, but happy for whatever your next adventure is going to be. And just echo my colleague that with your presence, the budget has become so much more approachable and understandable, and has given me a lot more confidence as we go through these budgets. So really appreciate what you've contributed to our organization. Thank you so much. We'll be supporting these changes, and listening to some of the discussion with my colleagues. You know, I think for me, there's two elements, and there's one sort of year over year, what forms our default recommendation, and it sounds like there may be an opportunity to enhance that possibly, and so that's, you know, a discussion we can have. I think the other piece, though, no matter what sort of year over year mechanism you use, things can still get out of sync or out of whack with your general values and so on. So regardless of that year over year mechanism, it is useful to have a discussion, I think, about burdens, ratios, and so on. And maybe this is a note to ourselves to have that discussion where we don't necessarily need all the budget numbers finalized, but that sort of, that how we just philosophically want to split things up. And maybe this goes to the tax policy discussion as another element of that. But we can do that, at least that piece of it, as a council in advance of the next draft mill rates possibly. Maybe there's a bit of a middle ground between a new policy and just philosophically a discussion about where we are might be useful, more in advance of the actual bylaw. But I think I am comfortable with where we are at the moment. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. And firstly, I'd like to apologize. I did have an inappropriate comment that was expressing my frustration in not feeling heard. Now, I will not be supporting this motion. I believe that we are shifting tax burdens in ways that we as a council do not fully understand. I think that we see the numbers, we see the recommendation, but I think the burdens shifting, the burden of revenue shifting in our community is not just because of assessment. It's because of I believe it's because of the way we treat non-market change in the way we set our predicted, the way we recommend our mill rates. I believe there's a quick solution to it. I have sent staff what the GFO ABC recommendation is. And I would like to see staff have a look at that and recommend it. But if this recommendation, if this motion moves forward, then we won't see that. And I can accept that. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments? Go ahead, Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. And I'll jump on the Roland Russell bandwagon. Thank you very much for your commitment to our community and the finance department and the good work that you have done. I'm thinking that I should also thank the entire finance department because it takes a team to produce this budget. And it's my understanding that the finance department is playing shorthanded with some vacant positions, some key vacant positions. And this all ties into the policy work that I'm sure we would all like to see happen in the finance department. It hasn't happened, partially because the department is shorthanded, which of course, spreads the work out over those who are doing the work. So while I have some sympathy for Councillor Hamilton's situation over there, I appreciate the work done, the deep dive, and I got a preview of it before the meeting, and while I don't feel I fully understand it, I have a very good idea of what it is, its implications, and where we as a group are at with it. And it also ties into a little bit the LMLGA motion that I'm going to be bringing to Whistler that calls on the provincial government to get to work on improving the outcomes from BC assessment that are creating what I think are unfair tax distributions, not just in our community, but all across British Columbia. There are problems not just at the municipal level, as Councillor Hamilton has highlighted, but also at the provincial level with BC assessment. So having said all of that, I am going to support this, the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Speaking in support of the motion, I think I find of all the pieces of the budget, the tax rate, this portion of it is quite challenging, and I understand where we are, and I do, and acknowledging where we are is that there's room for improvement, as we heard through this through our conversation today. A formal tax rate policy with goals and objectives, I think is of that policy is entirely appropriate, and I think would really help as we tackle this discussion in future years. I think I do think that where we are is reasonable. I think that but future work to sort of guide the tax rate discussion going forward is absolutely warranted. And we've heard some suggestions of what that could look like here tonight. But I think that is a step that is best handled at a different in a different way than here with where we are in the process. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor and oppose? Councillor Hamilton opposes. Motion carries. I'd like to propose a motion that the development of a consideration of developing a tax rate policy be brought forward at a future strategic plan review. Second by Councillor Hamilton. I think I kind of spoke to this in my last remarks. So unless anyone else needs to speak to this, I'll call a question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So Does that get you everything that you need this evening?
Yes, I believe it does, and I would like to thank Mayor and members of council. It too has been an honor sitting in this chair, presenting to you and working for the District of Squamish. Thank you very much for your kind words this evening. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you so much for all that you've done for not just the folks sitting in this room to wrap our minds around the budget, but for the community as a whole. It's been quite impactful, your work, and thank you very much. Enjoy. Try to have fun, hey? All right. So we're on to item 10A, which is a development permit. So 10A1, development permit number DP 613 for 38029, 38035, 38045 3rd Avenue. And I will turn over to staff to introduce themselves and run us through it.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jessie Abraham, Planning Consultant, presenting on behalf of the Community Development Department. I'm presenting development permit application DP 000613 for new mixed-use building on 3rd Avenue in downtown Squamish. So the project has undergone a comprehensive development rezoning process, which has set the general parameters for the development, including siting, size, density, and massing. The CD 105 zone was adopted on December 19th, 2023. In addition, a voluntary community amenity contribution package was secured via land development agreement as part of the rezoning process. The site is located at 38029, 35 and 45 3rd Avenue downtown, mid-block between Victoria Street to the south and Winnipeg Street to the north. The proposed development includes a consolidation of 3 single-family lots with rear lane access. After consolidation, the site will be approximately 18,000 square feet in size. The proposed development is located in Development Permit Area 3, Universal Guidelines, DP Area 5, Commercial Center, and DP Area 11, Protection from Wildfire Hazard. The proposal includes 1 mixed-use building with 9,214 square feet of ground floor commercial space, 2nd-story parkade, and 4 stories of residential above. The proposal includes 45 residential units with a proposed unit mix of 27 one-bedroom units, 8 two-bedroom units, and 10 three-bedroom units. 3 bedrooms make up 22% of the unit mix. Surface parking, including 10 vehicle parking stalls and a 2nd-story parkade, which includes 43 vehicle parking stalls, is accessed from the rear lane. 53 parking spaces are provided on site. 10 spaces will be provided as cash in lieu as per the zoning bylaw, totaling $300,000 to be paid prior to building permit issuance. A publicly accessible mid-block pedestrian connection links the rear lane with street frontage, and as per zoning, 100% of vehicle parking will be roughed in for electrification. In terms of bicycle parking, 114 spaces are provided on site. So residential bike parking is provided in suites and located in 2 bike rooms on the ground floor. 1 bike room parking with 40 vertical bike parking stalls and another room with 5 horizontal bike parking stalls. Class A commercial bike parking spaces will be provided in individual commercial units, and 1 end-of-trip facility is provided on the ground floor. There are 18 Class B bike parking spaces provided at exterior areas around the building, 15 of which are covered. There are 2 common amenity spaces provided on site. So there is an amenity space on the 3rd floor shown here. It includes 986 square feet of indoor amenity space and 1,200 square feet of outdoor open space. Amenity spaces are programmed with kitchen and dining meeting space, covered outdoor space, and seating. An amenity space is also included on the rooftop and includes 1,400 square feet of outdoor open space, including covered and open seating. The remaining roof area includes a landscaped green roof. The proposed design concept draws on the surface topography of the Squamish Chief and surrounding mountains. Primary facade treatments include medium gray, charcoal gray, and deep green cementitious panels from 2nd to 6th stories. Soffits and street-level residential entry consist of aluminum panels with wood grain appearance. Murals are included at street level at front of building and along the mid-block connection. A landscape plan is included in the drawing package. Landscape features include street trees, planters with shrubs and trees, and a green roof. Shrubs, grasses, and tree species and locations meet DP Area 11 guidelines for protection from wildfire hazard. To inform the community per district policy, the project was posted to the district's development showcase and a development sign posted on site. No public comments were received and a public information meeting was not held. Staff recommend that Council approve the following resolution to authorize development permit number 613. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Council, questions? Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Excuse me, through the chair. I'm just wondering if staff can speak to how, if any of the comments from ADP were addressed since that ADP meeting, in particular the accessibility components. There were a few comments with respect to some of the challenges with the waste room and the accessible parking conflict, if that was addressed or if that's expected to come at DP. Or we are at DP, so that should be now.
Through the chair, thanks for that question. So it did come up at ADP that there was a conflict with accessible parking and the waste room access. And this conflict was flagged by GFL in our referral process as well. It was resolved because there were parking spaces relocated. There was one parking space relocated to the parkade above. So they were able to make room for an accessible path of travel from the waste room to the rear lane.
Thank you. And I love it when our referral processes work out. Were there any other changes that were made for the other requests around accessibility? So hallway width to 1.8 meters or auto door openers on the entrances?
Through the chair, thank you. So auto openers were noted on the drawings as being included the waste room and entrances as well. And it was flagged by ADP that the hallways may not have met accessibility. The architect reviewed it and did update it to include the appropriate width.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, I'm trying to review the zoning bylaw as I ask this question, but do you happen to know if we require any of our bicycle parking to be electrified or access to electrical chargers? And you can take a moment to answer that or not.
Through the mayor, there is a requirement, but I would need to find it to find out what it is.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Penningham.
Yeah, so a personal goal is by the end of my second term to have this figured out. But I apologize for asking. One of the things we asked about is no gas covenant. That was secured in the land development agreement. That's why it's not discussed here. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. So there is a no gas covenant already registered on title for commercial and residential units.
I think you might have it figured out, Councillor Penningill. Don't sell yourself short. When I look at the, a couple of questions around the section of the DPA guidelines around light, so 38.6 A and B, I find quite challenging. And this is more of a question probably to the guideline itself rather than the project. But a 6-story building downtown, or anywhere in the community, I guess, massing should cast shadow on the building itself where possible. Is that the building should only exist at noon in the summertime? Like, I find it really challenging to assess these. I get that it somewhat meets the guideline. I don't see how something could meet that guideline given the variation that we have throughout the year. So, and similarly with the shade studies, I have a 6-story building cast a shadow. Like, it's really hard to. So, could you speak to working with those two pieces and coming up with these somewhat meets guideline? Like, what could be done more if we felt this was important, for instance, in this project, given the variability?
Through the chair, thanks for that question. So I have noted here that in regards to a shade study, that it did meet the guidelines because a shadow study was conducted at rezoning, and so it was part of that process when the siting size and massing was secured through a comprehensive development zone. In terms of the building massing, I have noted that it somewhat meets guidelines for this project, just because of the size of the building compared to the single family development, existing residential development to the north. It does cast shade onto it. And so it doesn't completely shade the property, depending on the time of year, but it does cast shade onto it. And I'll just pass it off in terms of the DP guideline itself.
Thank you. Through the mayor, it is a difficult guideline for staff to work with. And again, it comes to trade-offs. Typically, this guideline in the downtown is very difficult to apply because during certain times of day, it is impossible to not cast a shadow above any height. But it's something that we consider, especially when it comes to public spaces. So for example, if the building was adjacent to a public park, when is the shadow being cast, and can the massing be moved in such a way that might minimize the impact on that public space?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and that was probably likely more of a question to the guideline itself, as I find it quite challenging when we see these, yes, a shade study is done, but it says that a 6-story building casts the shadow. So, which downtown with no setback, side setbacks and so on, like, what do you do about that? And there's only so many moving pieces. So thank you for that clarity, that it makes more sense elsewhere. And I can think of an example recently where that was the case. So anyways, that's my question there. Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
I'm reluctantly going to put a motion on the floor to extend this meeting.
Oh, thank you. Motion to extend, moved by Councillor Stoner, second by Councillor French. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you for that. Questions now back to the DP. Do we have any other questions? We have a staff recommendation. If not, move staff recommendation. I'll second that. Thank you. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor French?
It's late, so not really. I will thank staff for the work on this, and just point out that compared to a project that we discussed earlier this evening, this one has moved through our processes quite a bit quicker. And for that, I'm thankful, because this is housing that we desperately need.
Thank you. Other comments on this? Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, I'll support the motion on the floor and the development permit. I think as best it can, it does meet our as many development permit guidelines as possible. There are always trade-offs with the DPA guidelines, but I think that this is a fair and reasonable approach forward. I did find the answer to my question, which is 30% of our Class A bicycle stalls will be electrified. So that's great that that's in our zoning bylaw. Just goes to show how forward thinking we are sometimes. But I will also say, while this has, I think, moved relatively quickly, a lot of work went in by the proponent and staff through the rezoning process. So I think that's what has made the DP component so smooth, is that a lot of these detailed questions were ironed out perhaps early on in the process when they aren't typically done. So I think this is an relatively easy support for me in terms of where we're at, given the amount of certainty that we've had since the rezoning process.
Yep. Thank you. Other comments on this? So speaking in support of the motion, picking up where Councillor Stoner left off there, I do think that at earlier stages in the rezoning process, we were pushing into DP territory. So, which is challenging to sort of reconcile what's appropriate at which step. But I do think it makes a step much easier to support with the broader understanding that we achieve through that, and where this does meet all the reasonable guidelines for in the DP. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right. So Council, we need to go back to just deal with the consideration of council committee recommendation that we had. So I'm going to move that we don't accept that recommendation from ourselves just to complete it off, or do we need to address it procedurally? It's weird because we already did something counter to this recommendation. So we can move it and defeat it. Is to resolve it. Is that your staff's recommendation given where we are?
Well, if you don't move it, I guess you don't need to defeat it, so.
Okay,
It's
we're just not going to do.
To close the loop, it appears in the committee of the whole minutes and then on this agenda, so if we were to look back through it.
Sorry, we need to. Sorry, I should have.
It's more a matter of just tracking and record keeping, and that it appeared in the committee of the whole agenda on this agenda. So either we just make a statement that that council has already considered this and that it be not considered would be fine, or you can defeat it. But then you need to move it separately. So.
Okay, so no, thank you. I think when so procedurally I would like to seems like resolving this, so someone starts looking, you can see where this trail led. So are you moving that? So moved by Councillor Pettingill, I'll second, and then I will speak. Or
Yeah, I will be voting against this.
yeah, thank you. We've essentially already acted against this recommendation as we've received additional information and context. So this is purely procedural, but I would recommend my council colleagues do the same. Any other comments? So all in favor? Opposed, if any? So Councillor Stoner, French, Pettingill, Hamilton, Anderson, and Mayor Herford opposed. Motion fails. Councillor Greenlaw, you were opposed. Thank you. All right. We finished with the unanimous opposition for ourselves. Thank you. We had no late agenda items. Did you have, sorry, you pulled correspondence, oh, no correspondence action requested, but we do have correspondence referred from the consent agenda. Is that right, Councillor Pettingill?
It was the minutes from March 26th.
Oh, the minutes.
First.
Okay. Okay. So then no correspondence, sorry. So item 14.
Yeah, so the adjustment during this meeting and the TUP discussion, a few of us, as I recall, commented on a desire, if possible, to see the technical advisory committee records in a readable format. And then additionally, I hope to see working links to the documents it referenced. And I just was hoping to have that included in the minutes comments. It wasn't part of the formal resolution, but I noticed that missing from the commentary, and I thought that was important enough to include that note.
I guess the question to staff, there seemed to be, the minutes aren't meant to be a pure record keeping of the, or verbatim for what was happening. In this case, I do remember conversation around these areas and being areas of concern. Given that it's not the motion, would you just take that as a correction, or is this an addition to?
We can just take it as I've already corrected.
As a corrected? Okay. Okay, so we'll move them as corrected. That's what you're doing, and I'm going to second that if that's okay. And I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, and thank you for that, providing that clarity. We are now, any business arising from the minutes? We go to the last page. We had no committee minutes and reports. Council, any notice of motion?
Oh, sorry, there's one item, other item I pulled from the consent agenda.
Oh, sorry. I thought we had the. Oh, the memo, sorry. Yep, go ahead.
Sorry.
It's a traffic impact
Traffic,
assessment
yes,
memo.
yes.
Sorry, I just didn't have a spot for staff updates pulled from consent agenda.
Yeah,
But
and
yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And I didn't want to go into an in-depth thing. There are a few things that didn't sit quite right with me. And, you know, I was interested to hear about Squamish Canyon's perspective and so on. So I just wanted to flag this and comment. I didn't want it to go past with no comment. I think when it comes to the plan, that's maybe where we dig into a little more if we're concerned about any issues, and those would get resolved then. So we don't, from my perspective, need to have a conversation. But I just wanted to just flag that I'm not totally sold on this particular assessment for what it's worth. And with that, I would move to receive.
Okay, Councillor Anderson, on this point, we do have, Councillor Pettingill's made comment and moved to receive. Would you like to comment or second that and then speak to it, or where are you at?
Mayor, I'm happy to second the motion, and I did have some additional comments on the traffic impact assessment.
Okay, let's do that. So Councillor Pettingill moved receipt, and Councillor Anderson seconded. Councillor Pettingill, I think you've already spoken to that in preparation, so go ahead to Councillor Anderson.
Very good. I'll be brief. I think this is a significant traffic impact assessment report, one that we should keep for the files, as this intersection will be something that we will revisit with the growth in traffic in Malcolm Forest Service Road, but also because of the issues up for the Site B side. First of all, it is not a good idea to do a background traffic condition analysis for Site B during the month of August. It's completely dead. Fire season, there's very little activity in a forest industry log handling facility. This has come up before, but it's some basic orientation that we could provide in future for any traffic impact assessment or a review of one for this intersection. Secondly, it is one for the files because the Site B, Malcolm Forest Service Road, Highway 99 intersection is going to be with us for our advocacy with Ministry of Transportation. The Site B egress is not only a safety issue, it is a constraint on the use and value of these waterfront industrial lands owned by the Squamish Nation, a serious constraint. So it is in the Squamish Nations and the local leaseholders negotiations and conversations with the Ministry of Transportation over the years, MOTI has suggested something that is written up in this report. They have suggested that log hauling trucks can drive, if they're going northbound, they can go southbound up the hill and turn around at the Darrell Bay Shannon Falls Provincial Park intersection. That is a serious suggestion made by the ministry. That would involve 60 trucks a day going up the hill and turning around at that intersection. So it is going to be with us ongoing, the issues of this intersection. So we should all be as acquainted as we need to be about the issues for our ongoing dialogue with the ministry. That's my observations. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Hamilton, then I think Councillor Stoner. No?
Thanks. I think my comments are quite in line with Councillor Anderson's, and I would just, the most valuable part of the report to me was page 53, section 310, bullets 2 and 3. This is regarding the east-west movement from between West Bar and Mamquam Forest Service Road. And there's one little sentence at the end of the summary which says this could also create a safety issue. And the report itself doesn't speak to that safety issue because that's not the context of the report, but I do have concerns about a significant amount of traffic coming in and out of there. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? Yeah, thank you for pulling this and giving us a chance to sort of go through it here this evening. I too was challenged with the to understand the appropriateness of the study times that some of the assumptions are based on, that we heard from Councillor Anderson spoke to as well. It does highlight the complexity and some possible solutions there, but there's a lot happening in that little area, and potentially more than the report reflected, in my opinion. So we'll see where this leads us. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So I believe now, sorry, I lost track there a little bit of the items we pulled. We've dealt with both items that were pulled now. So we had I'll go back, any notice of motion? No. We do have a couple staff or council staff in camera announcements that are on the agenda. That's all we need to do with those. We had no unscheduled public attendance. Open question period. If anyone has any questions or clarification related to the agenda items, seeing none. Council or staff announcements. Councillor French.
Thank you, Mayor. Wednesday evening, I attended the food and farm feasibility presentation at the library in my capacity as the council representative on the Food Policy Council. So Council, I just want you and the whole community at large to know that some great work is being done to determine how Squamish and the Sea to Sky corridor would best go about creating a food and farm hub. Great work has also been done so far. And that gathering on Wednesday provided stakeholders with an opportunity to give feedback on a draft version of a report that's to come. Excellent points were brought up and apparently will contribute to the final report. A few points that weren't considered by the report author, so some good feedback was generated. The initiative is being led by the Squamish Climate Action Network with strong support from the district's economic development team over the last few years. And I also wanted to share that the Hike for Hospice is scheduled for Saturday, May 25th at Junction Park, OCM Pavilion. The organizers are looking to challenge the District of Squamish, the Village of Lions Bay, the Resort Municipality of Worcester, the Village of Pemberton, and the Squamish-Lillooet Regional District to form fundraising teams to participate in a friendly competition. The society services that region, so it makes total sense that they would encourage that broad reach for an event that's happening in Squamish. So the details are being finalized in the next few days. So consider this a hold the date request, and I'll bring more details as they come to me.
Thank you. Other updates. Councillor Anderson.
Last week, Councillor Pettingill, Mayor Herford, and I had the pleasure of attending a dress rehearsal of the Between Ships Theatre Company production of Girl in the Goldfish Bowl. Now, although it was a dress rehearsal, it seemed pretty polished to me. At any rate, it was very enjoyable. I know that the intent of the theatre company in inviting us was to show us what they as volunteers can do, persevering with significant obstacles. And where do you build your sets? Where do you store your sets? Where do you rehearse? How does it all happen? Well, congratulations to them and good luck on taking this production to the North Shore Regional finals of the in competition, and perhaps they may go on to the provincials. Well, good luck to them, and I hope that they do. And it was really a tremendous production. Thank you.
Thank you. It was quite the production. I'm happy to have the opportunity to attend. Councillor Pettingill.
Let someone else speak to the community forum. I assume that's going to happen. I will concentrate. I think it was past Wednesday. I went to Eid al-Fitr. Probably pronouncing that terribly, but it's the celebration of the end of Ramadan, which is celebrated with sweets. And it was hosted at the Welcome Center. It was an absolutely packed house, an incredibly diverse cross-section of Squamish, people from all over the world. So excited to be here and so to hear about what they love about being here, some of the challenges they face, just so much good discussion. But what really stuck with me was people's sort of enthusiasm and excitement about Squamish. The food was delicious, and yeah, it was just such a packed, just wonderful event. So thank you to the Welcome Center for putting that on, and thank you to everyone who brought food and to everyone that showed up.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, I also want to recognize and thank Councillor Pettingill, who got an invitation to Miss Gallagher's grade 5-6 class at Garibaldi Highlands Elementary last week. and extended the invitation for me to come join him to answer questions. So the class has been prepping for Mayor for a Day submissions, which comes up in May. And they had some phenomenal questions about what we do as counselors and what the municipality does, everything from learning about roads and sewers to a really empathetic question around how you handle people who just tell you that you should be ashamed of yourselves, because they had watched a portion of our council meeting, which was the week before, and was a very contentious council meeting. And so we talked about some of the hard things that happen around this table in a very honest and open way. So really grateful to have had that opportunity and for the amount of engagement that happens across our community in advance of celebrating local government and Mayor for a Day. I also want to speak just very briefly. Last week, we hosted, I don't want to call it a wrap-up webinar, but a lessons learned and next steps for BC Social Procurement Initiative. So this is an initiative that was started on Vancouver Island by mostly the City of Victoria and Tofino back in 2017, 2018. And has since expanded. In 2021, we got a bunch of, or a bit of money from the province in order to support the growth of that initiative. From 2021 to 2024, we saw a doubling in the number of members to over 40 members of the BC Social Procurement Initiative. And in our last year of annual reporting, saw over $750 million spent with social value across 1,000 different projects in the membership. Our provincial funding has come to an end as of March 2024, and so the initiative is still going to go on, but it's going to shift a little bit. It'll be run exclusively through By Social Canada. Those who are already members will continue to have access to so many of the amazing resources that we currently do, that our staff currently take advantage of, but there will be a slight cost in escalation in terms of our fees by 20%. I think I'll quote one of the current project managers or implementers in her description of social procurement is that it's the most boring system that creates the most incredible change. And I can't think of a more apt description of social procurement. But there are an amazing annual impact report from last year on just how much impact that's had in a number of case studies. Squamish was an early adopter, and so on the webinar, I was able to present on a panel with an old colleague, Anthony Jeffries, who was our procurement specialist who brought our current policy to fruition, and it continues to, I think, to be held up as one of the leading in the province. So continue to be really proud of the work that's happening in that area. And thanks to all the staff who continue to carry it on. And finally, on April 24th, next Wednesday, is Youth Council's Bears Den. So if you do not yet have your tickets, I think it's more than 50% sold out. I have to do my fair share because I will actually be out of town that night. So if everybody else can go, there are some amazing projects that are being considered by our youth as Youth Council for $10,000. So April 24th, mark your calendars and get your tickets.
All right. Any other? Thank you for that. I'm looking forward to that night. It's going to be amazing. Any other updates before I venture my own? So we already heard a little bit about the Girl in the Goldfish Bowl. It's run its course it ran from the 9th to the 13th, so a short run here. But I'm happy to hear that it is going to. It sounds like it's going to continue on through some competition. If anyone has opportunity to see it, it was great, and I agree with my colleague's assessment that there was a lot of talk of, oh, it's not polished, it was just a dress rehearsal. It was incredible, and I hope, and it sounded like they had strong ticket sales throughout. So if anyone does have opportunity to see this one, or really any play between shifts, Theater just doing such great work in the community and triumphing over all the obstacles to do so, but it was great. The set was beautiful. The actors the cast was very, very impactful. So I quite enjoyed that, and I'm glad they had success with it. I think just going through my list here to make sure that I get all the things. On Friday, House Sound Community Forum was held at Glen Eagles Golf Course and Clubhouse in West Vancouver, hosted by the Quepsum House Sound Biosphere. So this is an opportunity for all sort of elected officials from all the adjacent municipalities or regional districts around Howe Sound to come and provide an update from their community, as well as get updates from various initiatives that the biosphere or the province or that seem relevant. It was great to hear about the both the challenges and the and I guess the opportunities or coming from our neighboring municipalities as we all sort of grapple with similar issues, but with varied different contexts. One of the pieces that did come out was a lot of interest in pursuing some form of trail from West Vancouver up Howe Sound, and some work's been done through the SLRD already from a planning process. Well, since the 90s in the north and the southern leg. So it was great to bring that planning work forward and to hear some signals from the province that there's interest in supporting that work ongoing. I'll leave that there, but hopefully more to come with some provincial investment and visioning in the longer term pieces. So, thank you to my colleagues that were able to attend as well. Following that, there was an event at Create Makerspace to celebrate the completion of their paddle making program. So it was really great to see. Art Harry was there. Of course, is an amazing Squamish Nation artist, and to see so many people with their paddles proudly on display that they worked so hard on. And it was my first opportunity to explore the Create Makerspace as well. So it was, it was great. And having visited this program in one of their previous homes, which they're really appreciative of the day, which was this little Quonset hut tent that didn't have ends on it at the Squamish Days Lager Sports grounds. But to visit, and they were content and just so appreciative to not be in the rain while they're doing their work. But now to see them in an indoor space and having their sort of celebrating their work is amazing. And Art also donated a paddle that he made along with the students as they were making their paddles, and it was auctioned off to support more the work that they're doing there. So it was great to meet those folks and to see people learning not only woodworking with their hands, but actively learning the Squamish Nation culture in a very tactile way. It was really, it was a great event. And then I'll leave my updates there, and we'll switch into that future state, which is really tomorrow at Mayor's Drop-In will be Mr. Ian Pickett's from our staff will be joining me. We'll be talking about our community climate action plan, and as the focus for that, that's like 12:30 to 1:30, and then coming up next week. The big event really will be the Bears Den on Wednesday, the 24th. And just in working with the Youth Council, their dedication to making this happen and the amount of energy of that group and the ability to focus it towards a goal is really remarkable. As well as the community rising to the opportunity to bring forward really ambitious projects for the Youth Council to hopefully fund. So that's again, get your tickets, and Wednesday the 24th, Bears Den, second annual. It's gonna be a good one, and we'll see you there. Do you have a question about my update, Councillor Stoner?
I also want to flag that on Thursday, there's the regional housing forum that the Squamish Regional District is putting on with over 50 attendees to try and crack the nut on affordable housing across the region. So it's not just us who's struggling with it. And I'd also like to propose a motion to terminate.
Crafty. Okay. Second by Councillor Hamilton. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Good work today.